Start this up. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. And by that I mean let's reset this big fat... Okay, that's pattern. Nice. Well.
Then I stop on my...
Sure it does.
Me too.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Thank goodness. We're safe. Now I can go back to hanging my laundry up.
City folk are so sophisticated.
Didn't really notice at the time, but looking back, all the signs were there. From the moment we arrived, several...
You probably already know this, but our reactor's the first of its kind. It really put Mount Nebel
Give
on the map.
PV, please. I want small pepe.
But none with such a breathtaking...
Just give me a 430, man. Then I can focus on marathon BS.
Everyone, eventually.
Hey.
Man, I wish I could go on trips all over the world like you guys.
Trips. I think you mean business trips, which are no fun at all.
Though you do learn stuff on them.
That's so cool. Everything okay? Not going too fast for you, am I?
Of course not. We're just trying to pace ourselves is all.
But I thought you guys were in a hurry.
Even so, you'll burn yourself out running like that.
I'm not even close to burned out. Not with all the training I've had.
Huh. Guess you really are the best there is.
Okay. I'm never doing that again.
Buzz off.
All yours.
Shit.
You know what to do now.
Calling lightning, gotta say. That one felt pretty good. Is that Mako? Whoa. Buzz off. Well, that's that.
Okay.
Take it away.
Calling lightning. Buzz off.
We still have a long way to go.
Shall we? Bring it on. Shit.
Hey! Not that way. It's a dead end. Rockslide took out the bridge a while ago. Come on back, okay?
Okay.
Alright, there we go.
This way. Gotta make a detour through a Shinra facility.
To think I almost made you our guide. Good thing I reconsidered. Otherwise, you'd have let us straight off a cliff. Lead on.
Yes.
Huh.
Call it this. Piece of cake.
The reactor may have been around for a while, but there are still pockets of Mako gas all over the mountain. Try not to breathe it in if you can.
Don't want to get Mako poisoned.
Go. Give it the good suck.
Reduced by 20%. Mako gas levels reduced by 70%. No Mako gas detected. Elevator access granted.
Just thinking about crossing that thing.
Then let me go first.
Hey, I'm the guide here.
Movement was pretty rough, but thankfully Tifa saved me.
Off you go.
Buzz off. More Mako gas ahead.
There's no way around it either. Just have to go through.
Calling out.
This way.
Please.
Heads up.
Buzz off. Well, that's that.
Doot.
Not again.
Bring it. Call you sloppy. Show them what we can do. That's it. Buzz off. Shit. Piece of cake.
Mako gas levels reduced by 20%. Mako gas levels reduced by 70%. No Mako gas detected. Elevator access granted.
Up ahead. Looks like a way out.
It thinks we're after material.
Someone should tell it we're not.
Would be my guess. Stand back. Burn! On me. Done?
Pretty mobile. Good thing I don't just fight with a sword.
Hold still.
Calling fire. Stand down. Sephiroth, take the lead.
Defense cloud. Try to mix it up a little. You need to vary your attacks.
What even hit me? Huh?
You had to be in it.
Me say, don't like the looks of this. On me. Yes, sir. Now,
That shouldn't
Whoa.
cause pressure.
that was insane.
First enter. Yeah, we should be fine.
Burn. Didn't expect it to be all systems go.
You'd think it'd be running at reduced output, like most last-gen models.
And let me guess, villagers don't have a clue about this.
Knowing Shinra? Of course not.
The company really needs to be more transparent.
Tell that to the president.
What exactly is the problem with this place?
The people in charge. While most reactors are under the jurisdiction of urban planning, this one is overseen by R&D.
Huh. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling about this?
Whatever you see here, you are not to speak of it.
Oh, I won't.
I met Seth. Busy, I suppose.
He's holed up inside the mansion.
Something's been off ever since he came back from the reactor.
Too much exposure to Mako? Then we ought to bring him.
If you're looking for Sephiroth, I saw him headed toward the mansion.
Shinra Manor was the biggest building in town, and older than the reactor. The company used to conduct research there, back when they were still a small manufacturer. Even so, the rent on that plot was basically what kept the village afloat.
Here we are. What now?
I mean, the whole place is pitch black. You think he's sleeping or something?
What if he's sick and needs
Took a look around the place, but Sephiroth was nowhere to be seen.
Never knew it had a basement.
Was news to me too. Doubt anyone in the village had a clue.
Hey, you! Get in there! The villagers need your help!
Let me through! My son's still in there!
I'm sorry! He's gone!
Mom,
Oh boy. NPCs, come to me.
Did this?
Oh, it was him, all right. And he's still here.
3
So keep your eyes peeled.
NPCs.
Get your head straight. I need you to secure the way out. Now! Yes, sir!
Sephiroth? But he... Why would he... Hold on, Mom. I'm coming. Almost there. Sephiroth. Mom.
Murder! You monster!
There he is! Sephiroth! Stop! You sick son of a bitch! That's far enough! Drop the sword!
Sorry, did I wake you?
Nope.
Follow me.
Of course, this is only the most recent in a series of crises.
Good morning, sir.
Multiple reactor bombings.
I must apologize.
Demon dog. Okay, well, good way to lose some time by bonking.
Aha, finally decided to get up?
Yeah.
Oh, back for more? See you around.
I wanna go. This Makotek allows us to live in.
Yo, the time lost chocobo has arrived. Let's go.
Here, you appreciate it.
Our candy uses locally produced cherries and chocolate.
The rumors about
Cool off.
I think Midgar's this away.
Should be, yeah.
Follow me.
Not here.
Well, we know
We'll take
they're
the
in
back
town.
road.
Oh, that was really bad.
Seen anyone acting suspicious?
I haven't.
The moment any of you see someone
I heard about the reactor bombings in Midgard. That was you, wasn't it? It's okay. I'm on your side. Got a contact at HQ.
You're with Avalanche?
Not exactly. Stop. I'll... May I ask what's going on?
We're searching for some fugitives.
Have you seen anyone suspicious?
Now that you mention it, I think I might have. Though perhaps it was just my imagination. Or was it?
Oh, for the love of... Get out of here!
Wait. I know I saw some people who had a fugitive air about them. I could remember their faces.
Annoy someone else. Stop wasting our time.
They turn up yet?
No, but we're still searching buildings.
We'll search harder. We gotta find them. That went well. The inn's not
I
much
guess.
further. But stay on your toes.
3 minutes of wandering around the Crown Plains.
Where to now?
Wonder how calm it'll
Where
be.
there's a draft. This way.
Looks like a job for me.
I'm the time lost burb.
Sorry about my brother. He's...
All right, Biko. Where'd you run off to?
You mean Pico?
Let's try looking for some tracks.
That is the wrong party. Right party now.
Bingo.
Yeah.
That's not very good, actually. Gonna... I hate when you see the animation that soon. When you see the animation that early, it's kind of hard to tell whether or not the bird's going to turn around. Because it can do something pretty quick. And you have plenty of time to, for that bird to catch you if you just go straight for it.
Hey, perfect timing. Pico's all prepped, but...
Do. Boop, 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 boop. All right, time to get the chocobo and
Here's where we
Cloud
get our
surf.
birds in shape for the races.
What?
Remember now.
fuck off.
Okay. Not.
Ocean fly into a better run. Oh, come on. It's always that unnecessary stop animation that gets me. Hey, Ghoul. Good to see ya. Hope things are going well. Yeah, I guess I am up early enough for you to drop by before you go to sleep. I forget how screwy my schedule is compared to everybody else. Come on. Okay.
Deal
deal with that.
It's your turn. I got him.
Annoying. Wow, Aerith actually has really good ATB. I'm in a great spot.
Good. Everyone, keep your distance.
I think this might be our chance.
Careful. This thing's already pissed off enough.
There we go.
Oh, shit.
Not good at all.
Then let's end this asshole.
Busy? Hey. Sorry about that. One more shot. There.
Decent enough. Now we warp into the caves and get going. Pretty solid overall. Not too upset with that. Yeah, I'm starting to learn how to buffer things a little bit better in Rebirth. Rebirth has a little bit more of a awkward buffer compared to Remake. The only part of that fight that I still do that's bad is menuing that first cast on Tifa. I do have a shortcut for Faith, but every time I try to use this shortcut, I screw it up and open up the tactical menu. So I just stick with the tactical menu, even though it loses me a couple of seconds. Because you do have plenty of time to use Faith, but if you accidentally open the tactical menu every time, you might as well just use it. Now, this is going to get kind of funny. Alright, let me out. Let me out! Thank you. If you don't take that really tight angle there, you end up getting like halfway across that platform. I've never gotten in a fight with those other enemies before, but it's just annoying when you really like move super far away. Alright, let's roll it out. Hey, buddy. Game is a little bit weird about connecting fights. I'd say that's probably good for a casual player, but for a speedrunner, it's a little bit obnoxious. Entering and exiting combat does lose a wee little bit of time. For a casual player, though, it is quite merciful to not be forced immediately into another fight when you're already trying to run away. Because you either don't need to take the fight, or you're in a bad spot if you're running away from a fight. So having it be a little bit more merciful is honestly better for a casual player. So right it up to Rude and Elena. Unfortunately for these two, it's early game, and Elena's weak to lightning, Rude is weak to wind. Cloud has lightning, Aerith has wind, bing bang bong, they're dead as heck. I haven't even entered the fight, and I can guarantee you they're already really dead. Please don't. Thank you. You can kill these snakes pretty easily, but I'd rather not waste the time. Because the other thing is, if I kill the snakes here, I do lose out on having max MP on Aerith. So she'll do a little bit less damage with her first arrow mag. And that could be a little bit obnoxious. Since Elena's the one weak to lightning, which is the element that's going to be doing the most damage because we have Genji Glove on it with Cloud. That's silly. So these ogres right here can be really obnoxious. Luckily, jumping over environmental objects like that delays the start of combat. So even though that ogre, by all rights, should have been able to force us into the fight, jumping up onto that garbage on the side prevents combat there. Learned that from Wody. A lot of the runners have taught me a little bit of stuff all over the place.
Did we lose him?
It's very nice working in a community.
If any of them are still alive.
But yeah, we're gonna hard start with a Faith Magnify again here with Tifa. Give everybody a 20% damage buff to magic. And then we're gonna fire off a lot of magnified spells. Luckily, wind pulls enemies together. So these two are gonna get sucked right off. Wait, not phrasing.
Paid vacation.
Okay, they're gonna both get hit here, which is funny. Sometimes they group together like that and make your life super duper easy.
Do it. I'm here. Enjoy the ride.
I take my time there and wait for them to stack up. They both get nuked pretty hard in that fight, honestly. Alright. So we got some cool stuff going on here for Barrett and Red. Barrett has to deal with quite a few fights where he's at a massive handicap. And what I mean by that is he either has to play solo or has to do it with only one other character.
That might be an option.
So in Rebirth, Rude is more aggressive towards women, from what I can tell. In the previous version, it was really low odds in Remake that he wouldn't hit females. Like, I seem to remember Rude in the, like, Cloud Aerith fight, when you're taking her back home from the church. He, would sleep Aerith and then karate chop her. So he more often would refuse to directly attack her. He would always do, like, incapacitating moves to Aerith. But they've changed that in this version. He's a lot more aggressive and doesn't really... It just doesn't work out, I think. So they kind of removed that. As far as I can tell, I might be wrong, though. I'd have to look through it. In Remake, he does kind of... He has a lower odds of attacking a female, but he still can. But I think there... I can't remember there being a lot of fights where he was solo, so it's like he can't win if he's programmed that way. But a lot of times he's in a 2v scenario where it's like him and Elena or him and Rude. Or, Reno. But we've got an interesting setup here with these characters. There's actually 3 swap materia in the game. Vitality and Spirit swap, that basically just swaps physical and magical defense, which is, not super important. But, Red, we actually put HP MP swap on, which is why and how he's in critical. I put the HP MP swap on to switch his HP and MP, and then I took it off him, and the game retains him having the MP as his HP value. So now he only has 110-ish MP, or HP, and 110 MP. The whole point of this is to activate Reaper's Touch. Reaper's Touch is the highest damaging physical move in the game, but it's based on proportion, and by that I mean, hello? And by that I mean, if your percentage of HP is super low, your current compared to your max, it'll top out Reaper's Touch damage. The nice thing about this is that he can hit super duper hard, but it is a high risk, high reward. Fortunately, it is a game changer for Red and gives him a lot of things to do. And by a lot of things, I mean smack things really, really hard and try not to die. Reaper's Touch having such high DPS is nice. The problem is it does make Red very glass, so he can die to just about anything. And that's including a stiff breeze off of an enemy's attack, rather than getting hit by the enemy's attack. Barrett, however, has a different setup here. We actually have Strength Magic Swap and Strength Up. The reason we do that is all the bonuses calculate before swaps, and then the swap takes place. So we more or less take the Strength Up. Oh, you little jerk. You know, we're just gonna take this. That's super annoying. Normally you want to kill the snakes after you move the cart here, but they decided to be trolls today. The thing is, it takes Aerith a minute to open the door anyway, so ideally you kill the snakes while she's opening the door, and then the encounter, you don't lose any time to it. Ideally, you can just hit them with Red like I did there, and then Reaper's Touch all 3 of them in one go. But the game was being extra obnoxious today, so we're going to lose time on this split, unfortunately. What am I up against? Am I up against PB? No, this is averages? Huh. My average early game is pretty ridiculous, I guess. But yeah, the Strength and Magic Up swap with Strength Up puts Barrett at about 410 Magic. And to put that in perspective, Cloud and Aerith are north of 500. Cloud's is more important because he can stack more buffs, so that number gets even bigger. But Yuffie is around 350, something like that. Same with Ket Shi. Ketchi, Red, and Tifa are all physical setups for the most part. Barrett's in kind of a weird hybrid where he's magic for the early game and then physical for the late game. But yeah, Barrett's 410 magic isn't great, but it could be a lot worse. So we're fine with what's going on here. Excuse me. We're gonna have to lose some ATB in this fight, unfortunately, which is a bit of a bummer, but it is what it is. That's super annoying, actually.
Now's our chance, and it was everything you've got. Coming up. Damn, this sucker keeps on. Hell yeah.
Never mind, I messed up my ATB building there.
This is gonna reduce your ass to rubber. Don't stop now. Coming at you hard and fast. Bring it to him. That thunder I hear? Here goes.
Thanks, Red. Take your time, buddy. Should have just switched to him there. That was my fault for being stubborn about it. Switch these two out. Wait, what? It's correct. I need to give Cloud Fire and Thunderga. Golem is a bit of a weird fight. Unfortunately, what happened there is Barrett's ATB was kind of bad starting off. One of the weird differences in this game between Remake is the ATB system was kind of tweaked, and I think as a consequence, it does affect your starting ATB with some characters. In the previous game, your ATB bar was a 2,000 point bar, 1,000, 1,000. And in this game, it's actually 1,500, 1,500. And there's a lot of tweaks made to it based off of that numbering. So I feel like First Strike operates a bit differently in this game, to the point where it doesn't always give you a full ATB immediately with some characters. There are some workarounds to it, either using ATB boost immediately, but that's kind of a frustrating one, because then you don't get 2 full bars, you only get the 1, which, as you saw at the start of the fight, kind of messed with things. Switch that over. So since we're entering a new chapter here, we get all our stats back, or all of our HP MP back.
So
Gonna call the Burb here and head on in.
Above us. Below is under.
Right, Bird, come on. This area is pretty rough to move through, so we're gonna use the Bird to speed up. You can run full speed in here, but it's super hard to not bonk on literally everything. So I'm gonna play this a bit safe and not run until the very end, because I still manage to bonk on things, even with this more open area. They show. So, bottom text, Mr. Swell here is a very rude dude. Bottom Swell theoretically would be very difficult. Some of the bosses open with a physical attack, so we can aim for a counter. In normal, we do that, or in new game, we do that a ton. In hard, we usually just hard ATB boost. Unless we can guaranteed get enough ATB off a counter. Luckily, Bottom Swell here will bite twice at the opening of every single fight. So what I can do is set up Faith again with Tifa. Bottom Swell's gonna try and bite me twice, which means no matter how bad my ATB is, I'll get enough to have a 2 ATB, so I can cast a tier 2 or tier 3 spell. Luckily with ATB First Strike, we'll always give Cloud 1 bar, so I never have to worry about that. It's only Barrett that can fall a little bit short sometimes, and Aerith. Okay, we're fine. So the trick here is we need to use Thunderga to lower the damage. Magnify to lower Thundergust damage. Actually, I need to be quiet.
Justin.
Do it! You rank?
Oh my gosh. I am very scared, actually.
Nice. Now's our chance.
Anything sub 46 is acceptable. Not a very strong start, but it could be a lot weaker. I've had runs that save like 25 seconds here. Thing is,
I need to get a breathing again.
it's kind of hard to save all of the time. At least in my opinion on these early segments, super consistently. Because there can be some variation or some slight misinputs that will slow you down pretty heavily. But we hold up this, we charge up Spellblade there to tag Mithril Golem as he jumps up out of the water, not Mithril Golem, Bottom Swell as he jumps out of the water. And basically, as long as we release it, once he pops out of the water, Spellblade will tag him. I think it was too far back, so I'm not sure if Spellblade hit or not. It must have, though, since I had enough ATB.
I'm dying to put my feet up.
It's hard to tell sometimes. Spellblade is actually a very strong synergy skill. We use those quite a bit with Cloud, actually. He has a lot of very strong synergies. The Melee Blade / Void Shatter combos are very strong. Void Shatter is a team attack that he can only do with Sephiroth, and it kind of looks like Spellblade, but it's actually physical-based. So it doesn't hit quite as hard, but you get that one for free no matter what, because of the way that the game kind of gives you some moves with Sephiroth at the start. But the Melee Blade is one that we get fairly early in the new game run. We get it as soon as we possibly can without grinding levels, which means we get to pick it up on the ship ride to Costa del Sol. But having it now means we can use that a little bit more early on. Power Cleave is a physical-based move. Hits pretty hard, not too good at pressuring, and it's very close range. Spellblade, however, is magic-based, which is super good. It has a long range, and it's pretty decent at building pressure / stagger on an enemy. So we really like to use Spellblade when at all possible. The one thing that isn't super obvious with the team-up attacks, I'm not sure about the synergy abilities, but the synergy skills proc over only calculate with the main character's stats. I'd imagine the synergy abilities or little cutscene moves that you can do proc with both characters' stats. Those can only be activated once you've used a certain amount of ATB with both characters and learned the synergy ability. I try to refer to those as chain abilities. This chain is the Japanese term for it, and it makes it a little bit easier so that I don't have to say synergy skill or synergy ability. Because if I just say ability or skill, that's a bit confusing as well. And saying both gets a bit obnoxious.
Come on, Cloud.
So it's just easier to refer to synergy skills as synergies. Or synergy attacks. Which, yeah, I know, it's kind of weird to, because it's like, oh, it's still two words, but my brain operates in a really weird way. But yeah, now we've made it past Bottom Swell. We are good to go. That is not how that works. Yes, this is indeed a minigame. So a lot of New Game Plus has many quality of life features. Where we can skip some mini-games or speed things up. A lot of overworld movement is extremely quick because we can just fast travel from point to point to point to point, which speeds things up quite a bit. As you can tell with Calm or Junon, where we just... Hello? Okay. I'm not even holding the right button. Okay, well, the time loss is my fault then. I just sworn I was holding down. Intriguing. Now I know why my hand felt funny when I was holding it. Oh, it's the X button as being goofy again. Okay. Okay, we are on the right profile. Alright, maybe I was just hitting X in a weird way. No, because it was closing the menu, so it was definitely that I was holding the wrong button.
Ah, there
Let's move.
Alright. Let's try not to waste time to a cutscene skip again. Cutscene skips are rather easy, as long as you're paying attention. All you really have to do is hold down on the D-pad, open up the menu, and then hit X a little bit after you open the menu. You can't hit X immediately because, well, number one, the buttons are right next to each other. Number two, if you hit X immediately, you'll just resume rather than skipping the cutscene. Which is what I was doing when I was kind of like confused there for a second. Turns out I wasn't holding the right button, so I was never buffering the down input to switch to skip. I just hit resume over and over again.
Hey, beggars can't be choosers.
I actually have a Edge controller with the buttons on the back. It's not like it gives a super big advantage. The button on the back just gives me an extra attack button, so I can do dodge rolling with red a little bit easier, which kind of got showed off at the end of the cave, but I never really addressed it very much. It's a very short segment. And then there's also another button back here for X, which is just for cutscene skipping to make my life easier. So that I can do it with 3 fingers instead of both my thumbs. Thumb to open the menu, 1 thumb to hold down, or my index finger, depending on how I'm holding the controller at the moment. And then hit the X on the back of the controller with one of my other digits.
So, what can you tell us about Junon?
It's a key military outpost with its own offshore reactor.
That's rough, man. I kind of hate it when I have like a +30 or a -30 run and it just disappears into the void and never come back again.
Its strategic location, along with its air and seaports, make it second only to Midgar as the company's most vital city.
Be right back.
Neat. Any good restaurants? Sights to see?
Maybe? I don't know.
Right. You're not the touristy type.
Hey, just to be clear, you do realize we're not here on vacation, right?
Of course I do. Hey, look, what's that about?
Listen up. Midgar's 7th Infantry will return home with the President's commendation. Let's show him how a real drill team does it, and make our city proud.
Troopers, you're all off duty until the parade begins. But use this time wisely. Practice your technique.
Oh wow, we're almost at the bottom of the elevator ride if they just spawned in like that. Luckily I don't need my headphones for nothing here. So notice how far I'm going to start lagging behind Teep and Aerith here because I'm forced to slow walk. I'm going to save quite a bit of time, just watch this, and we'll catch up to them. It's a really good example of why the environmental jumping stuff saves quite a bit of time. That's why you'll see me going and jumping all over rocks and stuff, despite the fact that it seems like counterintuitive and probably would be slower. There's actually a lot of places like that where it saves a bunch of time, but that's one of like the easiest visual examples I can possibly get without really having to do too much else to visualize it.
Is this a game to you? Concentrate.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm not laughing, troopers.
Instagram.
What was that?
So give up on that. Alright, I guess we'll find our way around town without, So this is a really weird thing. For some reason, this practice is unskippable, and it also defaults to doing yes. So, this is like one of the more head-scratchy moments. I've definitely run into worse, but that's a really weird one where you can't skip that, and then it also defaults to redoing the practice, which is kind of like those two together are weird. If it were one or the other, I'd be like, whatever, shrug. Luckily, there's not a lot of moments like that in this game where I'm just like, but why though? At least that are casually like that. There's going to be a lot of weird interactions with the materia that I'm going to point out throughout the course of the game. More so as knowledge, because some of the materia do require some knowledge checks, which aren't explicitly stated, so I'm going to do my best to point out how things interact, so that if you do want to play this game again, or, you know, you want to play it again before the final game, or even if you're just playing the final game, most of these will probably function the same. So that way you can take something out of this run and apply it to your casual playthroughs to make yourself even stronger. Because there are some quirks that make certain things not work the same they did in Remake. Remake, you can get away with bloody murder. Rebirth, you've got to kind of know what you're doing if you want to do a lot of cool stuff and set up for it. For example, like Star Shower is a really strong move that buffs the next move by 70%. But if you have the AI do it, they'll actually like do something in between the Star Shower, so you lose out on that buff, which means you have to control Tifa directly. You could spam it pretty hard in Remake and just loop abilities together without controlling her. But in Rebirth, you have to do it yourself to prevent her from canceling the buff. So there's some weird interactions like that that you need to be aware of.
First sequence, begin.
The captain needs to rally his troops.
It's very cute.
Do they seem a tad nervous? Is something wrong? Oh, that's going to cost them.
Begin.
I'm not sure they know what they're doing.
Liquid Boodle.
They don't seem very coordinated. That's unfortunate.
Okay.
Maybe they're still warming up.
So there's 3 marches intercut by cutscenes here, so I need to make sure to skip the cutscenes and not restart the march. Because you can restart them for a achievement.
First sequence, begin.
Oh, that's going to cost them. They don't seem very coordinated. I'm not sure they know what they're doing.
Change.
Do they seem a tad nervous? Maybe they're still warming up. They're not
Final
in step.
sequence.
Final march, spin in heck.
That's unfortunate.
So the only way to check my battery is by opening up that PlayStation mini menu.
He needs to rally his troops.
Each game kind of acts on its own, but Rebirth stops taking inputs. Luckily with Remake they had it designed so that it would buffer inputs, so I have to wait for cutscenes to check my battery life. And because I'm using an Edge controller, it's only got 4 hours versus 8.
They don't seem very coordinated. The captain needs to rally his troops. I'm not sure they know what they're doing. Maybe they're still warming up.
Final sequence, begin.
Do they seem a tad nervous? Oh, that's going to cost them. They did practice, right? They're not in step. That's unfortunate.
It's time to continue.
They did practice, right? Is something wrong?
March is almost done, and it'll be like another hour before any other cutscenes. Normally I'm hoping to have the march done before an hour is up, but like I said, that requires a deep 45 on Zolom,
Like a good way up.
which isn't always possible. Honestly, I'm just trying to keep on average here. My early game averages are honestly pretty brutal. As with most speedruns, you get a lot of practice in the early game, and then kind of you drop off unless you're good about practicing late game stuff. Which, if this run does not go well, that's what I'm going to be doing this afternoon, is practicing late game stuff. Because I'm going to be doing a late game practicing segment with some friends tomorrow. I might have enough time to try and squeeze out a run in the morning, and that'll be the last run I try to squeeze out until I sit down and practice over the course of the week. Cutscene to skip here.
Focus.
So, we have ourselves a deal then.
Only if you can honor
time.
No one comes
You
for
know
us.
you can do
Not
this.
Hojo, not the Turks. No one.
So lower Junon, the first couple of fights are pretty simple, but I need to make sure that my targeting is correct and that I'm using the right spell in a lot of these instances to make sure that I kill everything efficiently.
Let's do this. Buzz off. Bam. Nothing to it.
Okay.
Up ahead. Come on.
Yes, sir. This will be quick.
You can theoretically use Thunder and Magnify there if you know they're all going to stack up properly, but as long as you have them in 2 different stacks, Thundiga, it will make sure to kill.
This won't take long.
Let's be smart.
Bop, bop. That fight can be a little bit goofy. You gotta be careful about the shield troopers there. This fight right here is a really weird setup. Sweepers are super bulky, so I gotta do some goofy stuff to make sure they both die correctly and quickly.
Should be easy.
Fire you.
Let's finish this. This. Just now you're in for it.
That's my fault. Whatever. I absolutely refuse to die here. And I'm gonna die anyway. Get! One of you guys want to pressure him? No? Nobody? Thanks. I did not use Thundera. I hate you so much, game. I have never seen that sweeper get that close. It's so ridiculous. He must not have got hit by the Thundiga, and the Thundiga hit the B trooper spawning in. I panicked and used my limit too soon.
Burn. Bundle up. Let's do this.
We're losing so much time here to RNG. That's so frustrating. Thanks for the other heal. That actually is kind of nice, I'm not gonna lie. Well, splits are going off. I don't think this will hit. Oh, wow, it did.
No holding back.
What? Are you entertained? My friend, I fear our audience find this sport underwhelming, and we have a reputation to live up
Rip
to.
comparison, boy! The potion cutscenes are so brutal. Though getting stepped on did not feel any better. Well, it is what it is. Life do be brutal some days. I'm going to unwind a bit here and listen to some music, because that's a very frustrating set of circumstances. That is incorrect.
You think things are safer in I'm just relieved the
Can we please set sail already?
Think they caught whoever was behind that attack yet?
Just trust in Shinra and things will be fine.
Thing is, with those sweepers, the Thunderas need to hit in a very specific way. And I either used a Thundera in the wrong spot, or I missed with one of the spells. I'm not quite sure what happened there. With the amount of stagger that I saw, I'm pretty sure I used the right combination of spells. But, it's hard to tell. If I was smart about it, I should have used the share function on the PlayStation to make a recording during the elevator ride down to figure out what happened. Getting stomped was pretty frustrating, honestly. So what you have to do in that situation is you're supposed to attack, hit with the spin slash, and then use the limit to extend its stun state, and then follow up with some more slashes to get the stagger to prevent from getting hit like that. But it's been so long since that fight got screwed up, I kind of got caught flat-footed, as most people would. Because that's an absolute catastrophic failure, unfortunately. The Junon fights are very obnoxious. The variable positioning and targeting being a bit goofy in that area is annoying, to say the least. We don't need to do any of this, so we just skip on out and head on with our day.
Didn't expect to see you.
This is why I wasn't really too worried about that extra, like, 30 seconds at the beginning, because it would have got lost there at Roche anyway. I need to start practicing blindfolded Roche anyhow, but that also means I should probably practice Junon, because that stuff's a little bit too, spooky to just let that ride. I need to get another save file up, is actually what I really need. Alright, so now it is time for boat. Boat it up, boat it out. That was really... Okay, give me my shortcuts, please. So these fights are not... Uh-oh. Well, whatever. I can go wide, it's fine.
Oh, there you are. Over here, quickly.
This is actually really funny when I need to roll back to a much later menu so I can actually see what I want to do here. If you target one Scrutiny, it makes the other one unable to dodge that you're not currently targeting. HP boost, HP boost, arrow gun. That phase with the Aragas is a little bit slower than it needs to be, but those enemies are a bit bulkier. So I just need to get used to using ATB boost a bit faster. The Thundera should always kill here as long as I don't start trying to hit the Scrutinize and put them in dodge state. The trick there is you want to make sure you're facing the Sailor because he gets in a really annoying position. Huh?
Don't overdo it.
Hey.
How's it look?
What happened?
God, those...
Where's Titov?
Don't know. He said something about getting more firepower.
I have never seen Thundiga Mac. I must have got it off slightly before Fate.
Cloud,
huh.
Look.
That's annoying.
You're gonna feel this one.
Focus. Buzz off. It's on you.
I got it. Let's finish up.
Let's do this.
Here
we go.
That's great.
Keep it together.
Okay, let's go. You're up.
My turn.
there's not much you can do about that if these guys don't want to work with you. What you need to do is figure out which one's casting fire and bait the one that's going to physically attack you together so that you can kill them both with Thundaga, but the game is just being obnoxious today. It's trying to make me quit.
No time to celebrate.
Game wants to make you look at these little stairs here, so I kind of get a little bit of a down look. We're super mega ultra neg. Best I can do is keep my sanity and keep on plugging. Honestly, PB is very possible. There's a lot of late game stuff I messed up because my PBs are very hot cold. It may seem like using somersaults overkill here, but as you saw earlier, the necrotic entities here have an absolutely ridiculous pool of HP. So using somersault there is the most consistent. Uh-oh. That's a really goofy interaction that normally doesn't come up. Right. Wrong. Okay, Sonic Boom. Blizzaga? Yes. Fire up. Okay.
Be ready for anything, okay?
I guess we can save a bunch of time here because we messed up Genova, maybe?
Let's finish this.
Dang it.
Come on, let's do this. Here I come.
To stop.
Let's go.
Not so fast.
It's on you.
All set. Bring your good luck.
Hang her up.
I'm in.
Keep it together.
Oh, let's go.
Annoying, but whatever.
Calling light. Let's go. Keep it up.
Seizing the open. I'll give them hell, okay?
Enough.
Yeah. With ya. Got your number.
Yeah, I've considered it before. I just, The reason I didn't this time, is I was, I'm thinking, I'm using the Berserk as a timing method, so when I see the regular Berserk pop up, then I know the next hit's gonna give me Prime, and then I can just start buffering the Thundaga during the animation. But yeah, it probably is correct to go for the Prime Berserk at that point, because you're just waiting anyway, and getting the extra, like, 20% damage has no downsides when you gotta wait for stop anyhow. Because I did do that last run that I stopped, and this one I didn't. Oh, you friggin' Doogus! You want to drop that scooter close to where you spawn in the cutscene so you don't have to walk too far to it. That's whatever. Nice lay. So yeah, ideally you drop the scooter a little bit closer to where you spawn so you don't have to walk so far. This is another big cutscene. Johnny takes forever to get to the other side, so you have to slow walk for a long time. If we mountain climb these rocks properly, we can save quite a bit of time and get Johnny into position super quick. Okay, and get us over there even faster. That's a little bit rough, but whatever.
Believed in me. Said I was destined to make something of my...
Pretty decent. Ideally with Genova, you want Somersault to not break that head there. I have a backup strat for it though. I don't know exactly what it is, but specifically you should be able to do a normalized set of movements, so like then punch limit or slide limit or hold forward for, well, I mean, the other two are better because they're a set animation. And then limit, and it should always line up in such a way where it doesn't break the head. But I think if you delay the inputs just a little bit, Genova is in a different part of her animation, so that the somersault usually lines up and breaks the head instead. So if you don't, like, do your inputs immediately in that fight, you do lose a little bit of time by breaking the head by accident. Luckily, it's not that big of a time loss for me, outside of having to go in the menu and cast stop. Because either way, you're going to do 2 prime cleaves. The downside is you have to cast stop, which... Or not prime cleaves, power cleaves. But there's 2... The downside is you have to wait for Aerith to cast... Or Tifa to cast stop before you power cleave there. So it's a bit awkward. Because otherwise you can just power cleave immediately. Luckily it's not that big of a deal, it's just a small time loss. What's worse is messing up Phase 2, because you do need to stop in Phase 2 if you mess things up. Because it's a lot... You basically, as you noticed, I did everything, all of its HP in Phase 2 until the HP locked. So a majority of your damage is in Phase 2, and then you should exit Phase 2 setup, so you can one-shot the final phase without having to worry about anything. The thing is, the head's weak to physical and the shoulder's weak to magic. So we break the shoulder with Thundaga, but we have to buff it all the way up, so we have to have Faith and Prime Berserk. I didn't really address it too much earlier, but they're... Faith and Bravery both give a 20% damage bonus to their respective types of damage. Bravery is for physical, Faith is for magic. Cloud also has a built-in method to self-berserk. Normally you have to equip a Fury Ring to get the Berserk debuff on your character, and yes, it is a debuff. You can't actually cast it on your own party members. But Berserk will increase the damage you deal by 30% at the cost of taking 30% more. So ideally, I guess the devs want you to just use it on enemies to make them easier to kill, but you have to risk them hitting you harder. With Berserk on Cloud, though, he can buff his damage. As long as you don't let him get hit, it's not a problem at all. And in Prime mode, he can upgrade his... Seriously? Dude, this is going to be super annoying. Oh my gosh. I'm losing so much time here. Will you...
And as luck would have it, I'm in need of a few female assistants.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to do this like extra times.
Think about it.
Yeah, that movement was so ass.
To the world's next hero.
That would be so
I'm gonna
cool.
need to
Before
actually
a
run it
hero
up here.
strikes down his foe, he must strike them with awe at his beauty. But he is not a hero by virtue of innate greatness. Only by inspiring others does he earn the title.
I kind of paused there because you can get an infinite load here if you get into this cutscene too soon. So I play it safe every single time.
You're going down.
Buzz off.
Go on.
Let's go.
I'm here.
Oh, just triggered ATB stagger there.
I ask your compliance, future specimen, for the sake of the scientific process.
That's it.
Unlike my colleagues, I have no desire to pursue fairy tales. You aren't the specimen I was seeking, but I'm sure the data you provide will be fascinating nonetheless.
You ready? I got you.
Nice. Bam! You had your chance.
Shit. No holding back. My interest in you, Aerith, is purely structural. Cellular, to be precise. And a living sample is preferable. A pity you did not inherit more of your mother's...
Want to make sure we don't get hit by Silent Solvent. That's a big issue.
Right down to her teeth.
Get ready.
And then there was one. Come along quietly now.
This boss is a glorified cutscene. As long as you make sure to set things up so that Skillmaster activates here, and you have Berserk and Prime Berserk and Faith, you're good to go. Because what's going to happen is Thundera triggers. This boss took way longer than it needed to. If you see ATB boost active here, that means you got a slow fight. The fight can go fast enough that your ATB boost has still like 3 to 4 seconds to charge, maybe even 5. Sometimes it just doesn't happen, unfortunately. Not quite sure what... I'm being silly. Being very silly. Thank gosh I didn't have ice on. That would have been very, very silly way to lose a run. Gotta make sure you select yes here, or else you gotta walk back down the stairs real slow-like. And it's definitely a demoralizer. Sometimes I'm lucky that your materia setup is very, very finite and precise. To the point where you don't have a bunch of superfluous materia in a lot of places. So right here, we're going to take the correct option for Yuffie. Normally you just do this for affection, which will determine what your final boss fight is, parties are, rather. But in this case, well, Chocobo. But in this case, we actually have it for... My brain has shut off. Oh, in that case, we just do it because it's a much quicker cutscene. Yuffie's cutscene takes longer if you make her... That's super annoying. You're supposed to just hit the map icon once and zoom out, but I accidentally zoomed out twice, so lost a little bit of time there. Notice they're much further up the mountain here. Kind of see them through the rocks. Normally, you have to wait for them to slow walk all the way up here to get here. Luckily, doing that map warp will warp them further up the mountain and cut the cutscene in half. More or less. We do want to make sure to get in the proper position here and get up the mountain. I also want to make sure to stop saying every other word, but it's a lot easier said than done.
Close to.
Not you too, Tifa.
There's some times where, like, I don't need the verbal pause. I know what I'm gonna say, and I still go, umlaut, doo-doo-doo-doo. So now we gotta climb up the mountain here. Custom Valk is a very tightly wound fight, so I'm gonna try and quiet down a bit further from the fight this time. As Custom Valk's a very annoying one. Very input heavy. We need to do a couple of howling smashes with red and then counter fires to build ATB with both characters and damage. All the while setting up an arcane ward and then getting some spell spam at the end of phase 1. Problem is we end phase 1 with a spell blade. And if I don't gauge the distance between Cloud and Custom Valk properly, I'll whiff and it's GG. And it's not as easy as, like, alright, then just physically attack so you get closer, and then Spellblade. If you Spellblade while he's too close, it's GG as well. That's funny. But yeah, if you attack while he's too close and then Spellblade, you have to hold Spellblade and wait for him to do his next attack. Please don't do that. Oh my... You know what? I can make this work.
Taking over.
Excuse me? They use Zap Talent, dum-dum.
Okay? Yeah, feeling great actually. Could do this all day.
I need to build AT or MP somehow.
You've become one with the mountain.
Wondera on the mushrooms, maybe?
Hey! Thanks for having me!
Do I have to have max MP on the boss? Probably?
Let's go!
Yeah, probably.
Just in case. It's on you. Hope it's not getting lost.
Okay, I should be fine here. I know how to fix this. I can fix it on the mushrooms, I think.
Don't overdo it.
Oh, that's great. Another Spearhawk. That's fantastic. No, I don't need it? Alright, I'm gonna stop fucking around with that then. Why did I do that again anyway? Oh my god, it's getting worse instead of better. Holy shit.
Let's do this.
Dude, is everything immune to lightning on the way up? Holy shit. Oh, we're about to find out.
No time to celebrate.
So frustrating. I'm gonna end up messing this fight up because I'm so tilted from that weird climb.
Say no more. Take the lead.
That's incorrect. Damn it! Hate my input. Garbage ass game.
Keep it together.
I hate you, Aerith.
You can do it.
Take over.
Thundera.
You're up. Let's go.
It's aiming at you.
Not for long, it isn't. Ready?
What? Oh, Thunderguard already got buffered. Okay. Whatever. That was a catastrophic set of events. I got way too deep into my own head there. Dude, I guess I just have to sit down for like 3 hours and just practice custom Valk until I want to frickin' build my own custom Valk so I can break it in real life. Wouldn't it be cool if custom Valk had a model figure so I could build it just ever so gently and kindly and just carefully build it so it looks perfect and then smash it on the ground with a hammer? One day I'll be funny. I need to swap this party out, by the way. Okay, so Zap Talons, I need to Arrow Mag to get rid of that. So sweaty, right? What about him? No.
Deal with that.
No backing down now.
Well, at least I only reset Valk like once this time instead of like 4 times. Though this run is like 6 times worse. Well, I don't know if it's 6 times worse than yesterday's run, but it feels 6 times worse. Because I made some silly mistakes. Honestly, you know what? It's better to make that mistake in, you know, a practice/PB attempt rather than during a marathon and not know.
Use that grappling hook. Shouldn't be a problem for you, right?
Because without Magnify, like, getting your MP back is just not going to happen. So I should really never try to set that up. Outside of very specific scenarios where Cloud's, like, damage breaks cap excessively. So it seems like the refund on MP Absorb is way higher. Like, its limit isn't based on the HP of the enemy, but I might just be tripping. I'm not 100% certain, because it does seem like you get an excessive amount of MP back. Fudge. I did not want to get in that corner. Stripe. Hello? Yep. Alright. Down, down, up. Fire. Boost up. Skill down. Stagger down. MP absorb for swift. Here. Down, down, up, fire, up, down, down, and up. Alright, let's go.
Did ya? Got this one in the bag.
Nice crit.
Coming to ya. And heroin triumphs again.
You know, I never got a chance to see the Moogle on the back of this, because I never really wore this. So I gotta say, the Moogle in the back of the ribbon is super cute. So yeah, a lot of that is, we do make some slight adjustments. So Yuffie has First Strike and ATB boost to allow her to spam a little bit more aggressively in these fights. But the main thing we're doing there is setting up Barret for Big Burb or Gigatrice, and also setting him up for Dyne, and to a lesser extent setting him up for what is it? Specimen. And oh, that's not a very good spot. Cut me some slack. No. I'm gonna tell you, my toes curled pretty hard there. If I had any less water in me, I'd have cramped up with how hard my toes curled there. Woo! Get over there. These swings are kind of annoying because you can't actually make that one in one go. These we can actually move forward a little bit. Uh-oh, that's super annoying. Seriously? Okay. Okay, now that's just ridiculous. Man. You can move those forward a lot faster, as you told with the first couple of swings. I must have messed up the timing there. So, like, Tifa or Yuffie wasn't swinging all the way back. She was only swinging, like, forward there, so I couldn't mash. Which is a bit unfortunate. I'm gonna play this safe. Cockatrices can be very frustrating. So if you don't try and skip, don't go out like that and then come back, it can be very hard to skip them. I got lucky there. The bird should have definitely caught me with that poor movement. Hopefully Gigatrice cuts me some friggin' breaks here, because I've had a lot of bad Gigatrices recently to the point of ending runs. I don't know why I'm continuing to gain height, but I don't really care. Oh, I was so close. You can exit fleeing there and re-enter the combat area if you have great movement and a long enough flee timer. But it's not really like a huge thing that saves a ton of time. It's just a cool little thing that can save some. So, the next big fight actually is the bomb coming up. Bombs are very hard to kill normally. So what we do is we actually use quite a bit of ATB here to end this fight quickly. We hit it with Quake immediately. And a lot of enemies are vulnerable to Quake, but they can't die to Petrify, which is basically an insta-death move. Like Self-Destruct inflicts insta-death, or like the Tonberries one-hit you with a stab. But the way that Petrify's instant death activates, and does actually kill an enemy, depends on whether they're actually weak to the Petrify status effect or not. But it also activates based on the amount of damage you deal, which is what actually fills the bar of Petrify. Nice. Alright, I guess we'll save some of that time here, maybe. Oh, that's so frustrating. Bad movement there. So we're actually going to use gravity here to kill. Oh, that's free fight. Thank you. So we use Gravera twice here to deal enough damage to cause Petrify to pop, and that'll kill the bomb. Bombs are just way too bulky and have really annoying counter moves for a 1v1 fight to be fun. So now we're just going to be building a lot of ATB here. Do Faith. Oh, that's very bad, actually. Fire into Bravery. Okay, the stagger here is pretty low, but I can make it work. Okay. That could have been a lot worse. I've had a lot of Gigatrice fights blow up in my face recently, so I got lucky there. And by lucky, I was a little bit more careful than normal. The big thing is that Faith at the very beginning is important. Extremely important. And you need to make sure Faith is activated before you start casting Fire, any of those spells. If you cast any of those spells before Faith goes into effect, you will never do enough damage in that fight, and you'll constantly stagger Gigatrice. Ideally, Gigatrice should have a bit higher stagger there, but I did the beginning a little bit more aggressive than I should have. At the very beginning, you normally hit a few more times with Yuffie, just to build a little bit of extra pressure. And then you also want to overcharge after he gets hit with Fire, because the overcharge plus, I believe it is... What is the opening to the fight? Yeah, the overcharge plus bonus round does a lot of stagger. So that plus the Fire Elemental gets Gigatrice very close to stagger. And if you wait the proper amount of time and overcharge after Fire hits, Tifa should only need to hit 1 to 2 times to get the stagger. The amount of times Tifa has to punch in the pressure on Phase 2 basically indicates how fast or slow you did the fight and how aggressive you did it. It's kind of a mirror. Luckily, the way that the fight gets set up, because of Faith and all that nonsense, you can deal enough damage to push the phase without staggering. Because if you go into the next phase without enough ATB to stagger, or without enough pressure to stagger there, the bird starts summoning a bunch of tornadoes, and you have to hit the tornadoes with fire, and then you have to hit the bird with exploded tornadoes twice to actually get a pressure. It's super annoying in hard mode. So ideally, we just have to cycle them like that. We actually use the Synergy ability, or Chain ability, Ninja Carbine there, to get a lot of stagger, so that we can keep him in pressure. It's really nice. But yeah, the team-up attacks that you use in the tactical menu are quite strong and will make our lives a lot easier. The big thing is, a lot of the moves are very good at pressuring enemies. So there are some places where we want to use it, but since it's a glorified cutscene, and we can do a lot more DPS in a lot of situations outside of using those team-up attacks, we basically want to hold on to those team-up attacks unless the enemy will continue moving. So the times that we do use it is because we either A, run out of ATB, or B, actually it's A, if it will pressure the enemy and keep them from performing more actions or interrupt something they're doing, or B, because we ran out of ATB and we need a little bit of extra gas. there are a lot of places where we do like using synergy ability makes some good backups in a lot of fights. Time also is another one that's very strong. Stop is a really good backup in a lot of these fights. There's only one fight that I actively use stop in. Because Gina Talk is a very, very difficult fight in every category. He's very bad in hard. Or very hard in hard. I'd say Gina Talk is probably the hardest boss in the entire game, barring the final boss. And the only reason I say the final boss is harder than Gina Talk is because it's like 10 minutes and like 3 different phases. And of those 3 phases, 2 of them are like 6 to 7 phases long. So the whole fight is set up for the next phase, set up for the next phase, set up for the next phase. And if you botch any part of that, you're going all the way back to the start. Because there's not a lot of places where you can recover, especially if you get to the end and botch the ending. You know what I mean? And you're like going back 3 minutes. It's very frustrating. But yeah, the final boss is a very big skill check. But anyway, Gina Talk is probably the hardest boss in the game, like I said, bar the final boss. But pound for pound, fight for fight, Gina Talk is probably the most difficult. Luckily, we don't have to deal with Guy for a little bit longer. We still have to go do Golden Saucer, North Corel Prison, and then we also have to do Gungaga, first. We don't need to heal at all because we're heading into another chapter here, so it doesn't matter.
In for a minute, there's someone I want to see. When I got hurt.
Let me check something here, actually.
So, Doug mentioned the gold.
In 4 years.
Ready? Then let's get a move on.
Oh, that's my fault. Okay, so it's about 6 minutes. Okay, so if we do the intro, that's 6 minutes, and the date is going to be about 6 minutes too, huh? So if I land a 450 plus those 2, that puts me pretty much at my 505. I don't know, man.
Welcome to the Gold Saucer, Kubo. You'll find a main entrance just up ahead. We hope you enjoy your stay with us. Excitement and adventure for people of all ages.
So it doesn't matter who wins here, so we let Dio punch us. Sometimes Dio punches 2 to 3 times in a row, so it's just faster to let him win in that scenario. Ideally, we win because we can limit quicker, and our limit's a bit faster than Dio's. But it's better to play it safe and just let Dio hit you there over and over again. So that if he does punch 2 to 3 times, you can just let him win immediately.
Nicely done.
Bet you were pretty nervous.
Cloud's used to performing in front of crowds. You should have seen him at the Honeybee Inn.
Eric.
Oh, you've got to tell me that one later. Welcome to paradise. The Gold Saucer.
So, now that we're here, let's have some fun.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Sure. Sounds like a plan to me.
I had my fill of fun in Costa del Sol.
Let's put it to a vote then.
Gold Saucer is going to be much quicker. We don't have to explore every individual attraction here anymore. The game already recognizes that we've gone there, so we can go straight to Ghost Square and then go immediately to Skywheel Square. Unfortunately, it's a little bit slow going to Skywheel Square because the game has to play a thing over the PA just like it does in a normal playthrough. So we have to wait at the Moogle for a bit. I also can set the dates for Golden Saucer Trip 1 and Trip 2. This date, I've opted for Barrett, because Barrett doesn't have any dialogue. It just goes straight to the cutscene. Every other character has a little bit of dialogue, then the cutscene. I think Barrett's the quickest. That's just my assumption, because there's no cutscene. But it may be false, because it takes longer to start the cutscene. It doesn't really matter. All of them are fairly short either way, so... We're gonna head up the stairs here. Head into the elevator.
You wish to go down, I presume?
4th floor.
Oh, of course. Very well. 4th floor it is. We've arrived. Farewell. We hope you have yourselves a ghoulish and morbid evening.
Alright. Head in here. This would normally be the first spot where we actually had another Zack flashback or cutscene. Zack has a lot of story vignettes throughout the game. One of the bonuses of a New Game Plus setup, though, is that we can skip those. The only thing you get here is Zack saying, "That's a good job, buddy," or something like that. Ideally, you never see the dialogue pop up, because if I can skip it before it pops up. A lot of times, the subtitles are a good indicator of a cutscene skip. Like here, too, the mini-map going away. There's a lot of indicators of when to skip a cutscene. Most of the time, you'll have to wait for a camera change. So sometimes, like a visual change like that's a really good one. A lot of New Game and New Game Plus revolves around cutscene skipping, so getting used to the visual cues and looking for specific ones so that you can react ASAP is super important. Luckily, the Skywheel Square is the bottom option here, so all I have to do is hit down once. Once we go to the Skywheel Square, everything else is going to get locked off but the Battle Square, so we can just head straight there. Fortunately, the Dust Bowl / prison is very short as well. So, as to where we don't have to go to do any of those mini-games, because I've already done all 6 of them. So Pico starts back at full strength, so I just go down here, start the cutscene, and then it's easy peasy. I keep thinking there's a cutscene here, so luckily I caught myself before I tried to skip the cutscene that didn't exist. You gotta be careful with that. A lot of these, like, warp points don't go straight into a cutscene, but some of them do. It's super goofy. And this is the one time... No, this is the first time we're gonna be that close to the door. Next time, we'll be getting pretty close to that door later in the game, so... Guess we're just knocking stuff around for funsies, I guess. Alright, enough nonsense. So we do actually no, maybe we do want more nonsense. I've got a lot of time to kill here. Dyne is the next boss coming up, and then we also have an Urian Suppressor. Both fights should be fairly straightforward. Dyne is a very interesting fight. You can keep him stun locked by using bonus round and elemental fire. It's something that I more or less had to do casually, too. Dyne is very vicious, honestly. If you let Dyne perform actions, he'll most likely kill you. Especially since we have the Fury Ring on to get that Berserk damage bonus. Our HP is... Oops. Our defense is very paper thin, so we can't afford to take many hits. You can be very cute and perfect guard his, like, bullet salvos. The problem is once you get to the next couple attacks, it's a lot harder to perfect guard. And some of them aren't perfect guardable, like the, I think the stun attack is perfect guardable, but I just don't know what the timing is for it. You can perfect guard most of his attacks that aren't, like, unblockables with a little triangle. The problem is he has a ton of unblockables. So we just want to keep him stun locked and not allow him to do much of anything. That'll make our lives a lot easier. Gotta follow Esther upstairs for the Chocobo race that we're not gonna do because we can skip it. So we just head on over there.
Couldn't so much as give us a quay without coughing up sand.
But yeah, luckily we don't have to do any of the side quests for Pico here, so it's pretty quick.
Question is, do you?
Even the fastest chocobos can't win jack without the right jockey.
Ugh.
I've seen my fair share of promising birds wasted on riders who didn't know their asses from a hole in the ground. Believe me, in the racing world, it's all about who's holding the reins. No pressure, though. Okay, on you go.
Okay. Now we're gonna get rid of this nonsense. So Barrett has been accused of murder. And we have been murdering people, just not the people they have accused us of murder. So we are going to deny that. Dine and Anurian Suppressor here are pretty bulky in some aspects. Fortunately, Dine boils down to setting up Sonic Boom for the Faith/Bravery damage bonus, because Barrett actually takes advantage of both, because his regular bullets are physical, but the bonus round and spells are all magical. So having the Faith bonus as well as the Bravery bonus actually does help quite a bit here. Want to walk over onto this carpet and then save load, and then that skips waiting. So now we can talk to Esther here, and that will set things up. I want to look at her, though. Alright, so it is going to ask us to change the stuff on our chocobo, which we don't care about because we're not going to actually race here. Skip the cutscene, skip the race, skip it all. But yeah, Dying is going to be full combo Fyra, more or less. We can't skip this just yet. We have to wait for the chocobos to get out of the starting line here. And it may look like I did that skip super late, but that's about as early as you can. You have to wait for the chocobos to get a fair distance away from you. Alright, so we're headed into Dine and Anurian Suppressor. Dine, we're going to start up with bonus round, Turbulent Spirit, and Sonic Boom. I didn't really talk about any of those earlier. Turbulent Spirit lasts about 20 seconds and massively buffs your ATB building, and passively builds ATB for you the entire 20 seconds it's active. Bonus round adds an additional magic bullet, and you get a stock of 60 of those. The magical damage bullet is every 4 regular bullets or every overcharge shot. So it's overcharge bonus round, overcharge bonus round, overcharge bonus round. So you get 4 of those out at the same time. That actually really buffs overcharge to the point where it builds a lot of ATB and is very good at staggering enemies and pressuring them. Especially since we have elemental fire for Dying here, which luckily works pretty good on Gigatrice too. Like I said, we're also going to add in Sonic Boom for some damage buffing here, but between Turbulent Spirit and bonus round, we're going to build a lot of ATB really quick. To the point where, like, most of this fight is going to be over in about 20-ish seconds. The only downside is it's a little bit longer than that, so Turbulent Spirit will run out before the end of the fight, no matter what. These little guys are kind of annoying, so I'm going to go wide. I can't afford to get into a fight with them, because I actually can't flee. If I do, I'd have to reset the fight. Alright, let's go Barrett. So sometimes, like I said earlier, Barrett's ATB isn't enough to ATB boost directly into 2, but hopefully that one time is the only time it'll happen this run, but we'll see. Okay, we're good to go. So we gotta get another overcharge in here in phase 2, but I gotta be very careful about how I do it, or else I can whiff.
Remember when we had that rat problem? You and me set traps, and you got caught in one of them. I guess old habits die hard.
You can just overcharge twice there, but I take the opportunity to build a little bit more ATB for this later phase, so things go a little bit quicker. See ya, Dine. Yuffie, E-skill, swift cast, stagger. So, go here. Okay. E-skill, swift cast, and stagger. Alright, let's go. So this fight right here, I can do it a little bit quicker by somersaulting it extremely early, but I play it safe so that everything, I have a little bit of leeway. Now, with all the buffs active, we should be able to spam Thun to go through this. Luckily, we can set up for a quick skill master there, and that carries us through. We want to skip. Alright, there's one more cutscene I gotta skip here, and then I can go refill my water, etc., etc. And I'll be right back, because this is a fairly long cutscene. There it is. Whenever the sound comes back.
You act all buddy, but we don't know a thing about you. Let's fix that.
There's not much to know. I'm a 9-to-5 nobody at a small Shinra subsidiary. Another paper-shuffling, copy-pasting forwarder of emails.
Another Shinra lapdog.
Lap cat.
My mistake.
But you lot are special. Properly special. Never met a specialer group of people in all my life. How could I not tag along?
How could I not tag along? Bullshit.
Come now, this is a road trip. We should be bonding, not fighting.
Well, this is a decent run, but my head is like, hey, you have a headache. Honestly, this isn't like a great one. PB is going to be very tenuous. But also, it's not like I'm in a real rough spot here either. Honestly, for a practice run, this is pretty good. The one thing I need to start looping in is blindfolded Roche fights. So that's, I think that's going to be the topic of next week, is I'm going to be grinding those out. And probably I'll start setting up the VR fights next Saturday or Sunday, depending on how things go. We do have a fairly long segment of nothingness, so just going to kind of do my thing here. Skip 2 cutscenes back to back. Then warp over here. Mash both up and down, because I can't remember which one it is that summons the buggy ever. Then we head into the buggy here. I want to take a very specific line here, because there's a lot of junk in the water that will screw with your buggy movement and kind of slow it down. So if I take the right path, I can avoid a lot of that screwy movement. Right here, I want to make sure to take the straightest line possible, so that this, I can skip this ASAP. I delay opening up the, that's annoying. I delay opening the, map there a little bit, so that way I don't run into any issues where, the map doesn't load fully.
Maybe our lucky food will be on the menu.
Ice. Ice. Fire and ice. Fire. And then elemental.
Our village is a quiet one, as you can tell. Let's keep it that way. Don't get a lot of visitors, what with the jungle. Can't even remember the last
Cliffside
time.
here.
But that's part of this place's charm, I suppose.
Alright, let's go. Nice! Solid. Not so solid. So, I didn't talk about it earlier, but one of the things that you do throughout the course of the game is you have a bunch of sections where you can interact with all your party members that you have in your party at the moment. And the cool thing... Okay. Whatever. Normally I jump over the edge of that bridge, but for some reason the game didn't let me jump over it. Whatever. Anyway. So this is another one of those segments where we can talk with all the party members and build affection. The affections affect two things. Who you're dating the first time, who you're dating the second time, and whether it is an intimate ending or not. So you need to get, like, the smiley face emoji to get the intimate ending. I think you have to get, like, 4 of the bars. So you have to get, like, the normal emoji. It's kind of hard to showcase. Let me, there it is. That smiley face emoji means you get the intimate ending. And then the emoji prior to this one, like the green, will make it so that you can have a date with a character. The other important part is it determines the order of Barrett, Tifa, Red, and Yuffie in the final boss fight. Ketchi doesn't have any affection, and Aerith is in a fixed position for balancing purposes. So, manipulating that is super important. In New Game Plus, fortunately, 100%ing everybody's affection is the same as manipulating it, because you'll always get the proper order of Barrett, Tifa, Red, Yuffie with that setup. So we're just gonna run around this nonsense.
Hell? You heard that?
Okay. Left. Left. Fire and... Good menu.
What in the world is that? That can't be good.
Something to do with the
noise? It's nothing serious.
I want to say that's not necessarily correct, but I didn't sit down and actually math it out, so you might be right. That thought had occurred to me.
Filled me in. You can head on through.
Is overcharging with that little, that sliver actually faster than not waiting it out? That's kind of wild.
Come again? What's a whisper?
I don't know, man. The animation feels like it's longer than that.
They appear when
Does it all? Yeah, the overcharge maxing out ATB is something that did occur to me. I just wasn't sure if doing the animation was faster.
And that's what you get for being curious.
Overcharge looping is so weird. Because, like, you gotta use it to cancel animations, but I'll mess with it later. I know what you're talking about. Like, if you use overcharge to cancel, like, his normal combo or whatever, it's fine. Problem is like, when you're canceling your normal combos, I guess you could normal combo, cancel into fire, cancel into overcharge. Normal combo, cancel into fire, cancel into overcharge. Not necessarily bad. I'll have to mess with the fight a little bit. I don't know, it always seems like that gives you more ATB, because it feels like, otherwise, if you just overcharge twice, your ATB gets fucky, but I might just be imagining shit. So we're gonna head into the gun reactor here. Interestingly enough, if you've never played the original 7, the Gungaga region was completely optional and very small in the original game. But the reactor did also hold the Titan summon, which is not the case here, but we do have access to Titan just through a different area. It's the first summon we actually get. Summons in general are just used for stat bonuses, to be honest. Summoning a summon just... It brings a very long cutscene, and a lot of their special attacks are tied to ATB usage, and because our damage in general is just much higher than summon damage, we don't bother using it. You could also use Moogle magic to summon summons and avoid the animation, but summons don't really do all that much in general, so we just don't use it at all. The fact that you can summon summons with Ketchi is kind of interesting, though. It's pretty cute. It's very interesting to have corner cases like that. Oh, that is not fair, brother! That's super rude. So, normally you can just get through that door without having a fight. But the game decided to spawn the flower right in front of the door I was coming through. So I had to take the fight, or I had to reset and then hope the flower didn't spawn in a worse position. It's super frustrating. So we gotta wait a little bit there before the frogs can actually be grouped up by that spin slash. So I wait a little bit, then hit them all with Sonic Boom whenever I can group them up. Some of the fights can go so quick that we just are setting up timing methods. The problem is Cloud could one-shot all the enemies in that room, but they have to be grouped together, so we have to use fire... Don't do this to me. Fine. Into Fire Gun. Okay, overcharge. Let's go. Time lost. Go! That's very rude. Normally you can sneak over that platform before that fight starts. But if the enemy is that close to the edge of the room, especially if it decides to go aggro on you right there, you're kind of gonna get pulled into the fight. Once again, you can reset and try and skip it. Theoretically, it would save time, but at that point, you're just better dealing all in and killing the enemies ASAP. What I should have done was Fire Gun and then Fire and Magnify. Luckily, they were close enough that I could just hit them both with Fire Gun and get through that room a lot quicker. The only downside is, like, we do use Fire Gun a bit on the enemies before the boss. So if you do have to take both of those fights, it can be beneficial to have Fire Gun equipped, but ideally, it's not worth it. It's a very awkward kind of situation. Where if you use something like 3 times or more, it's worth considering shortcutting it. But since those are just random as to whether you get forced into those fights or not, it gets really annoying. Ideally, Power Cleave would help there too, but I don't really know how to deal with those fights super efficiently because you're not supposed to get into them. So we got to deal with Specimen coming up here. This fight's a little bit of a frustrating one. Specimen, we more or less two-shot, but we have to do some setup to get there. So we need to make sure Specimen's barriers are broken, because Specimen can lay down both barrier and M barrier. Okay, yeah, that's fair. I didn't really think about that. I forgot the dialogue runs during the tactical menuing, so it doesn't lose any time at all. I am gonna cure both of you.
The company again, but Sephiroth. The man's been dead for half a day.
But Specimen we need a two-shot with Ice here, so we gotta set up Prime, Berserk, and Faith. And also Berserk on Specimen. Well, shit, it does. Oh, excuse me? That's super annoying. I didn't even need to do that. Actually, I did, because sometimes the AI is very slow about killing stuff. Oh, that's wrong. Fire guy, you.
Let's be smart.
Prime mode. Into Berserk. What am I doing? Okay, I need to reestablish Prime Berserk here, it looks like, or else I'm gonna run out. Okay, you're gonna hold still, asshole. Blizzard. That's so frustrating. He jumped out of the power cleave. I screwed something up there. Let's see here. It's Cloud, and then Ice for assist, and then Swift Cast from Cloud, yeah. Okay. I just practiced these menus the other day.
Take the chocobo.
I don't want to skip that cutscene very fast, if possible. If I skip the chocobo cutscene there too quickly, really goofy interaction happens, and the birds spawn out of bounds. Honestly, it's definitely a speedrunner issue. So we delay skipping that cutscene a little bit just to avoid it. Because it, like, theoretically soft-locks you, but there's actually a way around it. The problem is you have to run all the way over to the reactor with the girls on foot. Get into the first fight, reset the fight, reload the auto-save, and that will fix it. So that, like, it adjusts your characters properly. But ideally, you just ride the birds over. And if it's as simple as just not starting the fight, or not skipping the cutscene as soon as possible, then, oh, you know, so be it. Sure. That is wrong! Arrow, arrow. Alright, you're supposed to arrow everybody there, but I did the Thundera thing that I usually do, because I'm a big goober. Oops. So, there is kind of a weird disconnect between the two characters, and this isn't like a game issue, this is a routing issue, kind of. Aerith's Magnify ends up on the top two, or a square and triangle, and Cloud's Magnify most often ends up on circle and X. Actually pretty much all the time. So juggling between the two can be a bit jarring if you're not being super mindful about it. I do that Thundera nonsense quite a bit, but luckily it's not that big of an issue. Ideally, you just Aurora ATB boost Aeroga, but instead I just double cast Aurora there to fix it. Luckily, you have Spellbound Blast, which is a... In some aspects, it's a better Spellblade. In some aspects, it's worse. The thing with Spellblade is it's on Cloud, so with Genji Glove, he can over-damage with it, and it builds ATB on both Cloud and Aerith. Oh, that's super annoying. You don't have to jump down there. You can zip line to it without jumping down. I'll consider the fire thing. That is actually a good point. I didn't think about it like that. Because I guess we get to a point where we stop casting lightning anyway. I'll have to take a look at it and see. Because I think at this point we totally convert off of lightning anyhow, so I could just toggle over to fire a Firaga here. I'll have to look at the routing to make sure that's actually possible, or correct, rather. Not like it saves much time. It would really save time on some of those goofy fights that you can't skip, though. Especially if you're going to cast it, you're going to, like, use it anyway. But, alright, back to where I was. A lot of these plugs can actually, you can glitch out and extend them, but you actually can't plug them in early. Square was very good about making sure the flags in this game were very rigid, and the game progression pretty much is unbreakable, for better or worse.
Here goes. Enjoy the ride. So can you take over for me? I won't let you down.
Ideally there, you can loop them all with Aurora, and it just one-shots them. Or three-shots them, rather. Aerith's ATB, or MP, may look in a pretty dire state, but you're fine. I see two of them. Where's the other one? Okay, fine, whatever. These fights aren't really an issue. I have more than enough MP to make it through all these fights. I just would rather not get in the fight. It just takes longer. Scarlet here can be a bit of a terrifying fight. Oops, I forgot I have to zipline here for some reason. HP is fine. This fight is pretty easy to skip, honestly. So we're going to be using ATB Assist on Aerith here, so we're going to be spamming a lot of commands with her. We'll talk about Scarlet once I get done with this fight. Because it does require quite a bit of focus.
Maybe this'll do. Too bright?
When will you learn some manners? I'll teach you.
Alright, we should be fine.
Busy
Side. Okay, that's gonna be really goofy. Okay, the stagger was a little bit weird there, but whatever. I really don't care. As long as we top off the damage in phase 1, it'll make my life a lot easier here.
Seriously?
Oh, that's fine. I had to do some goofy movement there to make sure Scarlet didn't yeet herself across the arena. She was obviously either targeting Yuffie or Aerith because of the way she turned. And if I hadn't moved them both over there to that side of the arena, she could have very easily gotten across the room if she was targeting either of them. And it would have been very, very annoying because Somersault would have whiffed. And Somersault whiffing is a non-starter. That's 20k damage you cannot afford to lose. You will be there forever if you miss Somersault. Missing a Star Shower? Fine. Missing 2 Star Showers? Very annoying, but still fine. Missing the Star Shower boosted Somersault? You're in a bad spot. A lot of that fight is... Phase 1 is where, just setting up for the stagger. We're using Thundera to break both the hands Thundera to break both the hands immediately on top of Arcane Ward. That also sets up for A to B assists, so that everybody gets a nice little chunk of A to B at the start of the fight. Then from there, we throw a Windstorm and a Quakera to start pressuring Scarlet. The Windstorm should break Scarlet, the actual human body, and push the armor into pressure. You can Quakera on the Arcane Ward, but it makes the timing for getting stagger with Aerith very difficult. You need to weave your Spellbound Blast in such a way that you land it in between the Quakeras. So the first one pressures, you stagger, and then the other Quakera hits after for additional damage. And if you don't get the ATB stagger with Aerith, it's very obnoxious to do the fight properly. For whatever reason, I was short a little bit of pressure, and I think it's because I missed a spell or some sort of interaction somewhere across there. It's whatever. So I had to use an extra Spellbound Blast. So the stagger was a little bit longer than it needed to be. But it's, you know, whatever. I would rather have a slightly longer stagger and maximize the damage on phase 1 and go into phase 2 with as much ATB as possible, than go into the phase without enough damage and without enough ATB, because trying to finish the second phase is incredibly difficult with that lower ATB and damage. Because one of the other things is we're setting up Darkness and Bravery so that the Star Showers we're following up with into the Somersault max damage out. Because phase 2 is pretty much massively, more or less immune to magic at that point. There's a massive damage reduction on magic spells, so Thunder doesn't do anything. So Aerith becomes very much useless in that phase. And Tifa pretty much has to solo it. Luckily, Yuffie has some physical attacks, but she's still built for magic. So even if you do use Art of War on her, it's more of a symbolic gesture than anything. The only other way you can really do damage is actually you use the dodging move Slip and Slide with Aerith, or Tifa. And that'll do about 3,000 damage and build a decent chunk of ATB. Ideally, you're not using Slip and Slide because you have to wait for the boss to hit you to do that. But it is a backup method. You can also use Divine Punishment too, which is another team-up attack. I didn't do a square attack with Aerith? Are you supposed to? Huh.
Just promise me one thing. When we're older and you're a famous soldier, if I'm ever trapped or in
That's not in my notes. I'll have to figure that out.
You'll come and save me. Huh? That's what heroes do.
I'm not sure if that's something I missed or it's just something that
Just once.
I didn't see in either yours or
What is this?
Crystal's run then. Maybe that's part of the reason why I have so much issue with the Quakera strats. That might be why I was having such a struggle with it. You know, that actually makes sense. Yeah, that's probably why, because I was using Crystal's strat. That might be the issue. I'll have to see the way that you do it and try and learn that instead then, maybe. Because the, that poke probably would make stealing the stagger a lot easier, but it also would put me in a situation where the spellbound... Well, I'll have to see. I'll have to see.
I need you.
The thing is I may have looked at both of them and hybrided it together without realizing. It wouldn't be the first time where I've, like, merged two strats in such a asinine way where it's like a really bad version of both. It's been so long since I've learned it at this point, I don't even know who's what's on first and who theirs on second. So luckily we are out of Gungaga. Gungaga is kind of like free real estate, honestly. Things are going to get a lot harder from here, and it's not going to get much easier. There's going to be a massive difficulty spike once we hit Cosmo Canyon and Ginatok. It'll kind of ease up just a little bit once we get out of Cosmo Canyon, but not by much. Nibelheim is still very difficult. There's a lot of areas where we just gotta kind of hope for good luck. And then we have to follow up with a lot of gauntlet fights back to back, where execution is super important. I think I want to do... No, it's this.
Send up smoke and seriously?
This. I wanted to make sure to swap my party there because I'm actually going to do a save load before I get into the dungeon. And if I use, this party, my menuing, it'll be a bit easier because the character's order is a little bit different.
Uh-oh.
What?
We'll be back.
Thought maybe planes would be okay, but no.
Not in here. Open a window.
Hey, Sid.
Yeah?
You're not worried about flying around in the open like this? What if Shinra sees us?
Shinra don't own the skies. Shitheads couldn't stop me even if they tried.
I think you and me are gonna get along just fine.
We're getting pretty close now.
I have practiced Ginatok a bit, and in my earlier runs, honestly, I was rolling for specific fights. I have a better idea of how to deal with most of the Ginatok fights now. A lot of Ginatok is a merge between reacting properly to the opening, because you actually get quite a few different fights with Ginatok. That is incorrect. That's incorrect! Brain, please. Summon the bird. Actually, I don't have to summon the bird because I'm on the bird. Okay. So yeah, Ginatok is a very rough fight. There is a lot of moving parts. And since we're using Reaper's Touch strats with red, we're going to be at 1 HP for the almost entire portion of the dungeon here. We're not going to be in crit for the first few fights, but then after that we will be at 1 HP, so anything can kill us. The other thing, too, is we have HP-MP swap on the whole time. So when we take damage, we're going to take a much larger percentage of damage than we would normally. TLDR, having a lower max HP here, whenever we take hits from anything, it's going to be a larger percentage of our HP. So if we get hit for 800 damage, well, we have 100 max. That's, you know, 800% of our HP, right? Or whatever, 8 times. And what that does is it makes us build a bunch of limit when we block those moves. Obviously, that would kill us if we take damage, but we can actually perfect guard in this game, which makes us completely immune to damage. So we're setting up that I can perfect guard a couple attacks from Ginatok for 2 things. 1, to build an ass ton of limit for free, and 2, to build some Vengeance gauge. Vengeance will actually offer an additional hit on Reaper's Touch while we're in Vengeance stance. So it does massively increase our DPS in our normal attacks, and it will massively, well, not mass, it will pretty much increases the amount of damage Reaper's Touch does as well by offering a third hit after the first, or the second big slash. So Vengeance is a big part of the boss fight. Being in crit's a big part of the boss fight, so that Reaper's Touch hits like a truck. And then we're also going to want to use our limit on red as well. The one downside is, since we're going with crit red, we can't use his first limit, his level 1 limit, Bloodfang or whatever it is. That actually siphons HP back, so it'll ruin our critical setup. And in hard mode, since we can't use like Phoenix Downs or anything, Revive will revive you at, I think, like 50% or something. So it'll completely ruin the Reaper's Touch setup. We'd have to get red revive somehow, or reprieve, or angel earrings, so he can get a higher level. So instead, we actually just give him the Expeditionary Medal, and that allows him to have access to his level 2 and level 3 limit off rip. His level 2 limit does give him a Vengeance refill, which is a very nice option. We can, however, also use the Wrath of the Land, which is a much stronger limit than his level 1. More or less does the same pressure as a level 2 limit. But instead of siphoning back HP, it siphons back MP, which really doesn't come up, but it's just a cute little thing to note that his limits are kind of like siphoning abilities. The Howling Moon is probably the better option, to be honest, because it actually fills up your Vengeance gauge immediately. I will probably use that depending on which fight I get. Because if I get a 2-hit combo at the start, I will have almost no Vengeance whatsoever. So the fight gets really annoying really fast because of that. The thing is like, there's optimal fights to take with Gina Talk that are faster, but you can make any line work with Gina Talk. There are just some that you would rather see other than others, but TLDR, like, I'm just looking for a couple of perfect guards at the start to get a free limit, and then from there we just chain, we just stagger Gina Talk as soon as we enter Phase 2 and just spam Kurigas and Berserk. We actually throw in a Berserk to increase his damage by 30%, and then we spam Kuriga and Reaper's Touch until he's more or less dead. We can't one-shot at that point, though. Even if we stagger him at the beginning of Phase 2, he has to activate his unlock his last bit of HP by casting Doom. So we have to let him come out of stagger and then follow up with a Kuriga and a Reaper's Touch to kill him once he casts Doom. Between those two, his HP will either go all the way down or close enough that like a full combo with Barret will finish things up. The thing is, Reaper's Touch is, or not Reaper's Touch, Gina Talk is probably the most complicated fight that has the most large variance and very difference between combo lines or combat lines. The Gina Talk is probably like the hardest fight, pound for pound. The final boss fight is a little bit harder, but that's because it's so much longer, and if you make a mistake, it screws up, loses you a lot of time. Gina Talk, fortunately, is a pretty quick reset. We're gonna do some materia juggling here. I do a really weird thing where I actually move my HP MP materia, and that'll actually nuke the MP pool that Barret or Red has, because the game kind of functions with HP MP swap in a really weird way. Where if you move it on a character, even if it's still on a character when you're done swapping materia, it messes with your MP swap and just kind of nukes both your HP pool and your MP pool. This is one of the last times we have a chance to affect our affection with characters. Once again, we just want them in a certain order, and we already have that set up, so it's not a big issue. First strike, ATB boost, E-skill from Cloud. Okay, so we go, what? Oh, yeah. This, and then it's, what the heck? Brain, okay. Dude, my brain shut off there pretty hard. Then we go lightning to wind, which should be this direction. And then we want assist over ice. Dude, that was a huge brain fart. That was pretty impressive, actually. I have not had my brain shut off that hard in a while. I gotta make sure to swap my party out here. I do want to use this party. Ideally, I want to use this party after the Ginatok fight. But since Barrett is the leader of that party, if I do maintain it going into the actual dungeon here with Barrett and Red, it'll actually force Barrett to be the party leader instead of Red, which is super annoying.
Don't let him get you down.
That menu really isn't that complicated. I just, like, spent more time reading it than thinking about what I had to do. Because it's like, set up Red to attack. First strike, ATB boost, enemy skill master. That's like a standard swap out that you do for your lead combat character. The weird thing is, we actually don't put enemy skill on for Sonic Boom. Excuse me? Okay, that was a very... I'm just throwing away time in the funniest ways today. But we actually don't use enemy skill for Sonic Boom, which is what we normally use it for, because it gives us a temporary bravery and faith. We actually use enemy skill for Self-Destruct and Mind Blast. We actually are going to start using Mind Blast a few times during the run. Self-Destruct has an AoE, blows yourself up at the cost of killing yourself instantly. Does some decent damage. In the previous game, we would Self-Destruct to Limit Dope, which it seems like Limit Gain has been nerfed a bit in this one. So even if you try to limit dope with self-destruct, you don't get more than like a third of a bar of limit. Even with a very specific setup here. So it's not super useful in this version. It honestly nerfs our damage too, because we can just get more damage out with Genji Glove and Tier 3 spells. Anyway, the other thing we have access to is Mind Blast. Mind Blast is another 2 ATB enemy skill that hits a larger area, but it takes a little bit longer to charge than Self-Destruct. But it is limited to 1 per fight, and the area is quite large, so there's quite a few places where Mind Blast can kind of just wipe out a huge group of enemies. And we're going to be using it in Ginatok to clear out a large number of the skulls as quickly as possible. If we get really lucky, Mind Blast can wipe them all out. It is extremely unlikely. What we're hoping is that there's 4 or less skulls left after Mind Blast. And ideally it's 3 or less, because then we can just Turbulent Spirit and then fire to get rid of the rest. The reason the skulls are so dangerous is because Red's going to be at 1 HP, and we're not going to be controlling him directly in Ginatok after the first few blocks. So if they cast Fyra, they will kill Red. Unless you're super good about making sure they don't get fires off. What? Oh, that's so unfortunate. I'm gonna lose some time here, unfortunately. If you can get to the other side of this room, there's actually a bunch of junk on the edge of this hallway you can jump over. But because I got so far away, I didn't actually get to jump on a lot of it. That's unfortunate. Unfortunately, the snakes were super close together, so I got really unlucky, which is very weird to say there, but I one-shotted the snakes, so I didn't get to the other side of the room as quickly as I would have liked to. That's another one of those areas where the slow walk is actually really long, so jumping over the stuff is pretty nice. The thing is I believe that's made up of, like, 2 dialogues, so jumping over the rocks actually starts up another set of dialogues. I'm not 100% certain there. So not being able to get to the other side of the room immediately was a bit annoying. Things are not going to get much easier from here. We're going to be leaving Barrett behind quite a bit. So between having Fury Ring, which gives him a permanent Berserk status, which will increase his damage taken by 30%, he is going to lose a little bit of HP here and there. Fortunately, he does start with Auto Barrier and Regen, so that will help cut the damage he takes a little bit in these fights, and he'll get a little bit of HP back through Regen. So we shouldn't need to cast Healing at all, but it is kind of a concern to some extent. Ideally, you really only need like maybe 1,000 or 2,000 HP in the boss fight. Self-destruct. That can be a little bit annoying if that self-destruct whiffs. It happens sometimes, though. Wild Charge is just to get them both in position, and then self-destruct does a certain amount of damage. You could just ATB boost with Barret and double Fire if you wanted to, but we absolutely have to self-destruct there, which seems, you know, a bit counterintuitive because now we're at 1 HP. But the thing is please move. Please move. Fine.
Put this on you.
Bring it home.
I'll try.
Oh, this is gonna burn.
I think we did all right back there.
A lot of these fights can be super annoying. But the thing is not that fight, but the next fight coming up here, we have to fight a Gi Lancer alone. And they're very bulky to the point where, like, they have over, you know, 10,000 HP. So I need to hit him with Reaper's Touch twice to clear the fight. And without, you know, going into it at 1 HP, your Reaper's Touch is just not going to work because you're going to be at full HP. And you can't self-destruct because you don't have another party member. Mind Blast will only do, like, 9k max, so you just end up in this scenario where you got a Reaper's Touch. The downside is, the Gi Lancers, or just all the Gi in general, will activate an ability called Animus, I think is the name of it. It's a small AoE move that can hit pretty hard. The amount of hardness that it hits for really isn't important because we're at 1 HP. So even if it hit like a soft breeze, we would still die to it as long as it did damage. So what I need to do here is... That's my fault. I did that to myself because I moved forward. This dingus here is super annoying. That's what you're supposed to do. Moving forward there moved it out of position. So I couldn't hide in the nook that I usually hide in. Would you? Oh, there it is. Yeah, that Gi Lancer fight's kind of annoying. The reason that it's super obnoxious is the Gi won't come alive unless you come within the area with the actual statue. So the worst part about resetting isn't that you have to reset the fight. It's that you have to reset the fight, pick up the statue, run into the fight, drop the statue, proceed to fight. So it's another one of those, like, really goofy time losses that are super annoying. That was totally my fault for moving wrong.
This cave serves as a
We're going to jump over these braziers here and the shield to save a little bit of time. Once again, the movement's faster than the slow walk, so we take advantage of it here. But yeah, that Gi Lancer is unironically probably one of the more dangerous enemies in here. Because as long as you have Barret and Red, you can tag team with Self-Destruct and Fyra or Fire Magnify, and it'll clear pretty much everything. The snakes are weak to fire, so Fyra Magnify on Barret, despite him having lower magic stat, is usually enough to wipe them out in one go, especially if they're close to each other. Magnify has some weird quirks to it that I haven't gone over yet. It showed up in the Lower Junon segment, but I was so frazzled by what happened, I didn't really think to explain it. Magnify actually has 3 reducing or limiting factors to it. The only one that is actually written in the game is that there's a damage penalty or effectiveness penalty. I think it's like 60, 45, 25. So right now, everything is that's magnified has a reduced duration or effectiveness of 25%. So damaging spells get debuffed by 25%. The length of buffing spells is reduced by 25%, etc., etc. But it also has a limiting factor where it can only hit up to 2 additional targets, as well as it has a defined range. So knowing those, the limiting range and target limitation will actually majorly affect things. Targeting the Lancer here is a bit risky, honestly.
Bring it on.
Because the Lancer can start spinning his lance and kill Red there. So it's something I probably shouldn't do, but it is closer to the ledge. Do I want to heal here? This is probably my last chance to do so, so we'll take it. I'll be able to refill my MP on the fights before the boss, so... There is a chance that the The Two-Face there rolls just random spells. Oh, that's cute! Very cute. Oh, that's a frustrating interaction that happens sometimes. Whatever.
Can you take the lead?
No. We downgrade to fire here to reduce the amount of MP wasted. But that was a really high self-destruct, so... 71, that's high enough. It's a bit frustrating, because it does cost you a lot of MP to cure, honestly, in this game. I think it's like 9 or something for cure, 14 for Cura, and then like 19 for Curaga. It's really, really expensive to heal in this game. The only reason we can make it through Gina Talk the way that we are right now is you either need to have MP up. The main thing is we actually have magic efficiency attached to Cure on Barret. Unfortunately, magic efficiency only activates in combat, so it will cut the Curagas down to 9 a pop, but it is still a very vexing factor. Honestly, like, healing Barret wasn't 100% necessary, but I do get a little nervous going into Gina Talk with like 4,000 HP, which is probably where I'd be at right now. Luckily, there's no more fights here. We can just head on it through. Gina Talk will most likely take a couple of resets, so don't expect a one-shot here. This guy is very brutal.
Good and evil, sorrow too assumes many forms. 45 years ago, a watcher fought his way here alone, and in his bravery.
Talk about an axe to grind.
Why the hell does this thing
I'm gonna wait a little bit on this. Here we go.
Keep it together.
Or I could Curaga Barret! Yeah! That's my fault. I really can't get salty about it. That's super frustrating. Hello? Let me through.
Talk about an axe to grind.
Why the hell does this thing
I'm gonna hang you.
Stop Gina Talk here.
Oh, you are taking it.
Whatever. I got lucky.
Not over yet. I'm gonna sorry to put
Yeah, I'll do it. One shot at a time.
Okay. Stagger is very high.
There's so many.
Where's a big bucket of water when you need it?
We'll just ride this out. Curaga, Gina Talk.
You ain't getting
Curaga, Gina Talk, ATB boost, overcharge, Berserk, Curaga, Reaper's Touch, Curaga.
You better believe I.
Can you take
All right.
Oh, we got 5 MP. That's gonna be kind of annoying, but whatever. That was a little bit scuffed there. The ATB, or the stagger potential should have been a little bit higher. But, sometimes I play it safe with that fight. Because I kind of can... I end up doing a lot of goofy stuff in that fight. Where I miss input. As you saw at the beginning where I got a little bit salty. This is the downside of using Curaga. You have to use it here. You have no other options. Guy really isn't weak to any element. He's just super resistant to pretty much everything outside of punching him really hard with Reaper's Touch like we do. Or spamming Curaga. And the downside to using Curaga is that we need to make sure to target the enemy because it's not an offensive spell. So it's rough. But, you know, it could be worse. It could be far worse. Is at least we have some options. But the problem is, if you get a little bit too into it, you can, oopsie-doopsie, you know, That's into fire. Alright, that's neat. Annoying. Because my MP leaving Gina Talk was so low, I had to use fire there. Unfortunately, because of that, the range is a little bit smaller, so it's kind of hard to get all the enemies hit with fire, magnify rather than fire up. And then the other thing is I kind of screwed up who I was supposed to warp to, so Barrett ended up on the other side of the room for some reason. And the enemies separated enough so that Red didn't just tap them both with Reaper's Touch, which was kind of frustrating. Lost a little bit of time there because ideally you finish this before the dialogue ends. It is what it is, though. I didn't die, so that's the important part.
Can you take over for me?
The next fight is the one that's really important. We got about 15 seconds, and we need to end the fight within that time. The big danger is there's one archer, one lancer, which it's like whatever. The lancer can spin his spear to deflect moves, which is what happened earlier. That's why the fight kind of went sideways. Because I tried to build ATB real quick with overcharge, but he managed to block one of the bullets and shoot it back at Barrett, which knocked him on his butt. And the real danger is the two sorcerers in that fight. We've had a few sorcerers show up. We had one sorcerer show up before, but we really haven't had to deal with them. The problem is the sorcerers can revive dead Gi if they're still in the fight. So there'll be a little flame when you kill a Gi, and then they can activate Arise to revive them. That's a big issue in New Game because it actually screws with your EXP and AP earning. It's really bad in Hard because they're super hard to kill without ATB. So if we don't kill them in one shot and let them start reviving each other, we're in a really bad position. So I need to be very careful about which ones I'm targeting here so that I arrow pull them together, and then I fire to kill all the ones as their group. The goal here is I kill both of the sorcerers, and then from there on out, it's whatever. I'd prefer to kill the Lancer, but the way that it's laid out is you kind of have to kill the sorcerer. We're going to... Nope. That's my fault.
Few of my people survived the chaos and calamity. Those who
I'll show you what I can do.
life here.
Could have been better. Whatever.
Planet, we were not welcome.
I did not realize... Actually, I should have known that. For some reason, I was going to say I didn't realize that Reaper's Touch wouldn't one-shot a Lancer, but that's actually a lie because I was talking about this earlier.
One cannot return to that from which one did not arise.
I guess I wanted it to one-shot. So from here on out, we're going into Nibelheim, and difficulty starts kind of mounting in the fact that we have layered fights. A lot of these we have fights back to back to back to back. So a lot of it is going to be either making sure that we have enough HP to survive those fights back to back, or that we have a proper party set up so that we can deal with those fights back to back. Mount Nibelheim is pretty straightforward. We're just going to jet through that area. We don't really have any reason to swap the First Strikes and ATB back to either Cloud, Tifa, or Yuffie in this situation. Most of the enemies we can run from, and the ones that we can't, we're going to avoid in one way or another. The only thing that we can't skip is the demonic entity at the end of the area. And the demonic entity was not very difficult in the intermission campaign with Yuffie and Sonon, where you had one AI partner and the one controllable character. He's not going to be much harder with 3 characters, especially since we have God or Dummerung on Tifa here. Somersault's just going to, like, clip through most of his HP, and we're going to throw out a couple of spell blades to chop him in 2. The big part that a lot of people have a lot of difficulty coming up is actually the Ketchi, Barrett, Aerith segment. And Ketchi combat is very difficult and requires a lot of understanding of how to make him work. The nice thing is, like, Let's Ride is kind of like a give and take, where it lets you use a lot of your special abilities, and Ketchi has a lot of very strong abilities while on the Moogle. But the one thing it doesn't tell you is, with Let's Ride, it does take an ATB, which seems really bad off rip. But if you hit an enemy while you're spawning in the Moogle, you get a huge amount of ATB back, to the point where Let's Ride can more or less pay for itself if you land it in the right way, or if you manage to land it on the enemy while you're teleporting it in. So it is a very strong move. Oops. That you need to, you know, be mindful of. But yeah, the trip up with Cloud Tifa and Yuffie is just going to be a bunch of running from stuff. So there's really nothing much remarkable, and there's no reason to change out our equips.
Not that you've got a choice. Sit, my friend.
One last flight. If that doesn't end in disaster. I don't believe there's a cutscene here, so we're just gonna take a quick standing break, I guess. Ugh. Not gonna say that I'm unhappy with the Gina Talk fight. I definitely have had better. But managing it in one reset's very nice. Especially since it was a very, very, very early reset. The unfortunate part is, if I had an Akiraga Barret, it would have literally been the same exact fight, except without the restart. Because the one thing is, with that specific attack that you saw, I need to Kiriga late rather than early. Because if I do it too soon, Gina Talk will be really high in the air. So the Reaper's Touch won't hit and cause the boss to get pressured. So I have to delay it so that the Kiriga hits Gina Talk at the right spot so that I can follow up with Reaper's Touch from there. A lot of these fights have some very weird interactions where you have to make sure things are done in a very specific way. So right here, we're going to skip this. Warp into town. Summon a burb.
Cloud?
This will be one of the last times we get to summon a Chocobo here, unfortunately.
I honestly thought
Selene? Selene! Okay, Selene.
It's just too real. No.
Nice. I find that funny, but it's not faster, honestly. Normally what you should do there is roll into town. I kind of messed it up. Unfortunately, like, the trick is you can outrun the bird if you're not being careful about it. Ideally, the bird can catch up as long as you do things right. We only have to do a few things to progress the story here. Go into the hotel and see the memory of Zack here. And then we have to go up to the water tower. In a new game run, this would be the last place where you could affect your affection values. So that would change things. Fortunately for us, to do the date, we can actually change that in the Golden Saucer. I believe we can even change that before we exit the room. I have to double check to make sure that's the case.
Question.
But,
yeah.
It totally. So, let's give the poor thing what it wants.
Luckily, like, getting into the hotel room really isn't that hard. I think I've done it before, but I can't remember. And I'm definitely not going to be risking it this time. Doesn't matter what we choose here. We just want to get down off of this. And now we are ready to play the rest of the game. No more character dialogues or anything. There's no more way to manipulate affection at this point.
I should have known it.
Let me guess.
Okay, skip.
Thanks for all the help.
So, the next segment does require a bit of menuing. Luckily, I did practice them a bit the other day, but we'll see what happens. For this segment, we don't have to do any menuing, but once we get to the Ketchi segment, we're going to have to change things up a few times. We have to do a pretty robust menu to switch into the Ketchi party, mainly to set Ketchi up so that he can handle the solo fights as well as handle the boss. And then we have to toggle one more time to set Cloud up for the rest of the game, for the most part. What the fudge, bird? The bird is just making me look like a freaking doobus. I don't like it. Selene, stop making me look like a clown! Okay. So let me take a look at the menu. High Caliber, Choco Cape from Aerith, Hermes from Ketchi, down, Elemental back up, First Strike, and boost onto Aerith from Barret. Barret gets Lightning. Ketchi's... Okay, so Ketchi gets boost, skill, skill master, assist, and then swift cast and steadfast. So these areas right here, we're going to use Cloud's movement because he is the fastest in this setup. We used Yuffie during the Yuffie Tifa Barret segment because she had the fastest movement out of the three. Problem is, Tifa's movement's a little bit nerfed because we have a Unbridled Strength activated every single fight. So we can add an ability to our folio and to our weapon that's called Chi Charge, and that will give us a 50% chance to start with an Unbridled Strength activation immediately. And we don't have to, like, have the, we don't have to do the animation, we just start with Omni Strike. And the thing is, Uppercut is really nerfed compared to the remake version, for better or worse. The uppercut is not as spammable, it doesn't do as much damage, and it doesn't build anywhere near as much ATB as it used to. On the flip side, Omni Strike hits a lot harder now. It also gives a much higher damage multiplier on staggered enemies. It's the same as it was in Remake, but like compared to Uppercut, it's 20% instead of 5 per hit. And then the other thing is it builds about a third of ATB when it's used. Okay, that was annoying.
Come on.
And 2/3 if you use it on a staggered enemy. So Omni Strike can easily be looped for ATB. It's usually a pretty good opener, too, if you're trying to get enough ATB for an attack. But yeah, Omni Strike's really strong in this game compared to Remake. It was already pretty decent in Remake. Problem was, in Remake, its damage was cheeks. And it didn't really build a lot of ATB like it does here. Just kind of makes Remake and Rebirth very different games. Uh-oh, don't. I gotta climb up the rocks here to avoid the enemies triggering a fight. Otherwise, I'd go a little bit wide and climb up the main elevation. Luckily, you can climb up those rocks and make your life a little bit easier.
You know,
so yeah, a lot of the fights here can be skipped, which is what we want to do.
You gonna be okay?
It's a little bit easier to go up this side, because it's just a straight shot. Some of these that are, like, angled can be a bit frustrating to climb, so I try to avoid them if possible. Even if that one side takes a little bit longer to climb. I don't know if anybody's ever timed the actual, like, climbing segment here to see which route's fastest. This is obviously the fastest route, because you have to get on and off if you go down the side routes or anything. And you have to enter from, like, inconvenient points. So the next big fight here is actually the Red Dragon. This, or not Red Dragon, it's just a regular dragon. Dragons are weak to ice. Outside of one of them, I think, is weak to lightning. One of the unique dragons. This guy is like kind of the peak of standard enemies. There are some more apex predators, but the dragon's pretty high up on the list. Fight's usually pretty frustrating, depending on how things go. But if you do things properly, you can just kind of say no to killing the local wildlife. So I'm much like Android 17, dude. We must preserve the local wildlife. Yeah, luckily we can just skip the dragon there if we do the right movement. And fortunately, the right movement isn't even that hard once you get used to it. Just run straight into the fight and then do that left hook like I did there. And as long as you don't bonk into the wall or climb it, you're fine. Alright, now we're gonna hit to the bottom here. You can do some funky things where you, like, warp to the other side of that hole rather than crawling through it. One of the side effects is it actually makes it so that this gate doesn't spawn in. But the problem is that the gate isn't the only thing that doesn't spawn in. We're actually gonna have to ride an elevator up. And the thing with riding that elevator is that it progresses us to the next point. So if we don't spawn the gate there, we also can't spawn the switch for the elevator, so we functionally soft lock here. You can go back through the hole to the dragon and restart the, you know, and fix it, because I think there's a flag in that crouch point. So, fortunately, there's like very little soft locks that are full soft locks. There's a lot of like situational soft locks that can be fixed, but it's very slow to fix them. Really, that one's fine, because like to get to spawn on the other side of the hole, you have to like go to the hole, get in a dim red state, which is like exiting combat, then you switch back, go into the fight with the dragon on purpose, reset, then it warps you to the other side of the hole. So you have to go out of your way to soft lock. It would be a skip if it wasn't for that issue with this button not spawning in. Because the button is there, it's just the interactable button isn't. So we do have the demon dingus coming up here. We're going to throw a berserk off the start. Punisher stance, stab it, spellblade, spellblade. While I'm charging up spellblades to get ATB, I'm just going to somersault with Tifa. And those three together will do enough damage that he'll push into the final phase and we won't stagger at all. And then from there I can just charge Blizzaga and nuke through his HP pool, which is super nice. Yeah, I'm guessing I could probably put fire on then, because honestly, you don't use anything else. Lightning just doesn't see any use anymore, huh? Interesting.
You've done tons for us. Remember that.
Whatever. Anyhow. So the demonic entity here should be pretty quick. Hopefully we don't get poked by the demonic entity. One thing I do need to make sure is I don't hit the arm. Okay. That's going to be a bit slow. I'm kind of a goober. Once you get into this room, you're out of combat areas, so I can spam cure a lot quicker.
Doubt it.
Tifa's MP doesn't matter at this point. We're not going to be using Faith Magnify. She's not going to be in any of the fights for the rest of this chapter. So we just want to top Cloud off for the Vincent and subsequent Roche fights. So topping him off there is very helpful. Put High Caliber on. Choco Cape. And then we want to do this, that, lightning, then get the rest of this stuff. Assist, I think. Yes, and then it's Swift Cast down and MP Absorb up. There we go. Good enough. You gotta be careful, because, this rolling animation, if you bonk into anything, you get a very long, like, recovery animation. So that's why I slowed when I was walking to the door, because I was just thinking of the rolling animation. The problem is you don't get the roll until you open that door. Okay, so this segment gets quite difficult for a lot of people, because there is quite a few segments where you got to use Ketchi as the solo party member, which is not exactly the easiest. And the few fights where you do have access to your full party, it's kind of a bit awkward. Aerith's very good at casting. Barrett's ideally good at tanking and applying debuffs. And Ketchi is kind of like in this weird position where a lot of his moves are dependent on Moogle. So unless you actively build ATB, it's kind of annoying. What we end up doing is we kind of ignore Barrett and just let him chill. And we actually use Ketchi to debuff in a lot of the fights. And then, Aerith is our main damage dealer. The problem is that we need Ketchi in some of these fights, so he has to be more optimized than Barrett, unfortunately. Okay, let's, throw.
The cat of the hour.
Catamaran. Alright, so we got our party back.
You're in safe
Should be able to
paws
get through here without starting a fight, but that doesn't mean much. Gonna get out of the roll here. Be careful. You gotta be careful because you can actually break these boxes very easily. Okay, that just annoys me. I actually, like, ran into this thing where you can jump off over the stairs there, but I guess I was wrong about that actually being a thing you can do. I save load here to get the elevator to come down a little bit quicker. And now the rest of this dungeon is going to be Obnoxious City. We gotta do a lot of box puzzles where we have to throw boxes to break stuff. And a lot of them are very cycle-based. So if we miss a shot, we can lose tons of time. It's very, very hard to do fast. I gotta be very careful with the rolling here, too. Like I keep saying, I can very easily mess stuff up here.
Enjoy the ride.
Right where we want them. A 5-star performance.
Okay, I want to grab this box and take it over here. I want to place this box and smuggle it through the door, so what I'm going to do is move it over here, drop it down. This isn't necessarily faster. I don't even really know if it is or not.
Don't waste my time.
Come on. That's very funny. The trick is you got to be careful because you can break the box very easily. And with the angle that I was at, I could have easily broken it by accident. I want to try and dismount the Moogle as the door is opening so that I can buffer the jump, the get off the Moogle animation. This whole area is pretty scary in general. Now this room is timelost.exe. I gotta be very careful about how I handle it. Ideally, that's gonna be super annoying, actually. I should not be looking backwards like that. That was bad. This, funnel is on a cycle here. So if I look back like that, it actually stops it from spinning. That's gonna actually make my life way harder than it needs to be. Now if I get lucky here, I get a 1.1 cycle! Woo! That's actually a lot more RNG than it looks. With that bank shot, it was very obvious that that's RNG that happens. You can also throw 2 boxes into the one with the lid on it, and it's theoretically a little bit easier, but it requires more setup. So it's not something I tend to go for, because you need to blind shoot the box, and you also have to turn away so it's not spinning. So it's pretty good so far. We do have some more time loss coming up. There's boxes that we need to throw to break other boxes, and the fight can be a little bit frustrating, honestly.
You sure you can fight? Watch out for highway.
Excuse me? What happened? I don't know why everything isn't dead or whatever. Dude, what is even happening here? Huh? I am so confused. You know, I don't know what happened there. They must have canceled Errora?
Now that was something else.
I got really nervous there. I shouldn't have reset. What I was thinking is I wanted to use Spellbound Blast to finish things up, but I got nervous that would screw up my MP on Cat Shi, which is really, really stupid, honestly. So that was a very silly waste of time, unfortunately. Alright, if I get lucky here, the bats will leave me alone and I can just get out of here. So that is pretty bad. That was a pretty silly way to waste some time, but it is what it is. Drop the box. So these adjudicators are usually very difficult to deal with. Luckily, we can skip that one. These two are also pretty scary, too. So we're going to do a little bit of a setup here to make the fight a little bit more consistent. Let's get over here. And then this will get them in just the right position so that I can ignore them completely and go to the next floor. I don't know why that works. I'm glad it does, because the adjudicators are an absolute nightmare. Yen? That's fire gun. Thank you, free time save, baby!
I fear my lunch running out. Here you go.
Nice. Okay. We'll just split when we start the elevator there. Barrett. I think cure, guys. No, cure spam. 6, 12, 18.
Suspended for safety inspection.
Yeah,
Please
18.
wait.
Luckily, the boxes take a while here. I should have called the Moogle before, but it's whatever. Let's make sure that we throw these properly. Thanks for the trash. That made it so much easier to throw. Okay. That's probably gonna whiff. Wow, I got lucky there. Nice. Okay. That gets us part of the way through this fiesta of Pusupiti Dupiti. Yin is fantastic because we can Firaga and then just the fight's on rails at that point. Yang, we have to Sonic Boom, ATP Boost, Firaga, spam a couple other Firas. It can be very hard to get through that fight quickly. So Yin's a very nice time save. I'd have saved a lot more time if I hadn't messed up the fight before I got to catch Chi segment, but hey, what you gonna do? 36, 10, 59, 97. Get up there, please. Ooh. If only I was that good. I should not have done it this way. 59. 10. 97. Alright, let's go.
So it's my turn? Can you take over for me?
Okay, we're gonna do this a bit slow then, I guess. Sleep into Faith on Aerith. Okay, to be boost.
I'll take care of it.
Okay, need to make sure to wait on that one.
It's your turn. Leave it to me. That'll do. Your turn. I'll show you what I can do. Another. Help a girl out.
Faith's on the right one.
We should have you come to this.
Okay, now to pop an armor too. I don't mean to disarm you, but
It's in pain.
Transcendence arm, focus shot body, Firaga arm, meteor body. That's cute. Okay, we're gonna switch over. No, get over here. Overcharge into Move Nux. Super annoying. Just die. That's so frustrating. Because Ket Chi's Firaga was a little bit slow, because the ATB wasn't maxed out like it needed to be, it screwed everything up. Okay, I am never using this side of the elevator ever again. Unfortunate. Alright, let's focus on the next menu. I should have gone for the Spellbound Blast. The problem is I was forgetting to warp the characters by holding guard. Oops! Yeah, you don't want to do that. Ket Chi. To red. Grab reds. Then we want to put this, fire, grab this. Assist goes down over ice. This goes to wind. This goes for MP. That goes for this. Strength up. First strike. And then we need to switch over to this. Lead cloud. Give him Firaga. Firaga, please. Fira and Firaga. We want to give you Focus Shot and Sundaga. And then we need to edit party, swap you two out, and we're good to go! Because I'm a big hoe! Alright, that's neat. Excuse me.
Shinra.
Excuse me. I got a little bit tweaky on the cutscene skip there. I probably should combine both Vincent and Roche, honestly. But it's whatever. If anything, I should menu split and then do Vincent and then do Roche at the same time. This fight, Vincent's too aggressive and too quick to do anything but just counter each one of his moves and then follow up with a move. You can get 2 or 3 moves in together in between Punisher counters, but it's very risky to do that. So we take Vincent a lot slower than most other bosses, because he's just way too fast and too high damage. Okay! Okay, that one was my fault. Nah. You should be fine. Gotta be careful. Okay, that's annoying. I really hate Bestial Flare opening.
Every little bit helps.
Take the lead.
So it's my turn? Too much? Can you take over for me?
My turn.
We'll be blown away.
Time to burn.
Unfortunate. We're gonna lose some time here because Vincent's being a jerk face. There we go.
You're done. Just in case. Call it.
Bad beast. I tried to recover that one, but the moment that I kind of messed up that counter is when I should have reset. The moment he decided to use the scream after, I was like, alright, this is GG. Time to cut my losses and stop wasting time. If I can get to a certain part, I can heal up with Dingus, so it's not that big of a deal. Into Prime Mode, into Plasma. Just
Need a light. No escape. You okay?
At least I didn't mess up a Roche.
Come on, Cloud. We're on the home stretch.
Calling fire. Going
in. Good enough, I guess. Sub 320. It's what I was looking for, I guess.
In response to last night's illegal broadcast by the SRC,
Hey!
Stood up?
Nope.
And the ending of that Lost Numbers was so silly.
I wanted to ask. Hey!
That's right, this is really long.
Hey, Sid. I was
Alright, I'll be
wondering,
back in
could
like
you
6
tell me
years.
a little more about my mom?
Sure. I was greener than Mako when I met her father. She took my heart for a spin.
Not you, Sid.
Aerith,
Yeah?
what happened to your mother? She get sick?
Doctors always said she had a weak constitution, and trying to escape didn't help. I think she just pushed herself too hard, all so that I could be free.
I'm sorry.
At least she went out on her own terms.
Did she?
Even if she didn't, you should honor her memory by enjoying the life she gave you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hey, don't know if y'all heard. Wutai's finally made a move against Shinra. Might be war. And as Midgar's been bombed to hell and back, Shinra's gotta be on the ropes.
Good.
War isn't worth celebrating. Ever.
Exactly. This'll affect everyone. For the worse.
It's like when
The Gold Saucer's gonna run pretty quick here. Normally, you have to do the entire play, but the play can be done very quickly in a new game setting, new game plus setting. You can actually skip the majority of it, which is just speeds things up quite a bit.
What the?
Sid? Hey, Sid?
I heard you the first time. Just sit tight. Everything's under control.
Sid?
I said just sit tight. This beauty's maintained by an expert and piloted by a professional. Y'all are in good hands.
So this thing right here, the last two we fast forwarded and then skip the cutscene. It's a little bit quicker. This one, it's faster to hold triangle to skip the cutscene. But this is actually a very long cutscene altogether, so...
Hey! All right, brace for emergency landing.
There we go. It actually is quite a long time before you can skip that cutscene. About twice as long as the skip animation there. So, it's faster to just skip that one normally. This right here, I want to be careful with the movement. If I get too close to the walls, the boat will slow down pretty much a ton. So I need to do a lot of like very small movements to slightly adjust the pathfinding here so I don't get too close to the walls. And also not like turn too sharply unless I absolutely have to, so I don't slow down the speed of the boat either. My brain is like fighting between whether I want to call it a boat or a plane. So I guess it's just a boat at this point. Even if it is shaped like a plane.
Somewhere between cutting the ribbon and boarding up the windows, the keystone vanished into the dinghy.
So it's not at the saucer?
Do you know where it went?
No, but I know a man who might. The former curator.
Deal.
How do you know that name?
Let's just say I've been around a while.
So we gotta head over to the Golden Saucer here. Fortunately in New Game Plus, this is actually a little bit quicker. Because, in New Game, we actually get slowed down so that this whole dialogue can play out properly. But in New Game Plus, we can actually get over here pretty quickly and actually force the Barrett dialogue to start a little bit earlier.
That's going to be a problem. You see, we don't...
So we're gonna skip a cutscene here and just warp over to the, that is not how you do that. Having a cutscene here is nice because it lets me know I entered here properly. If you enter here at the wrong time, before things activate properly, only 5 weeks left. Yeah, that's actually what I was thinking. Is I'm like, all right, well, I'm to the point where I need to start working on my incentives because those need to come after runs. So we're gonna have to practice blindfolded Roche, get my incentive fights locked in and loaded.
Aha! Found him! Greetings, Mr. Director! He doesn't look quite right.
That is incorrect. So you want to mash the, like, zoom out there so that you can get back to the Golden Saucer pretty quick. I accidentally hit it twice, so it zoomed all the way out to the overworld map. Luckily, once you hit the, battle square here, the game kind of, like, goes, okay, this is the one you want to go to, doo-doo. big dum-dum head. This segment and Chapter 13 end up being side quest cleanup. If you want to do this segment and have Ketchi, you do side quest cleanup here, but there's also some side quests that I think become available at the end of this as well. So you can't do everything with Ketchi in the party, just most of it. I might be wrong. I can't fully remember. Been a while since I've done side quest cleanup. Anytime game. So you can choose any of the dates here, but I choose Tifa. Tifa's the best call here, to be honest. You can take Tifa or Aerith, because that's the optimal party for this chapter. Tifa's Somersault offers quite a bit of damage and will help dealing with the groups of enemies, and Aerith is a good backup, as well as having Arcane Ward. Allows us to duplicate our spells in a very efficient manner.
See you again soon.
But we have a lot of gauntlets we got to deal with here, too. So we're going to go over to the event square and then Skywheel Square. The event square is going to be the play. Fortunately, in New Game Plus, you can skip the button input segments. So I can more or less just skip through all of this, which is what you're going to do. This one's kind of weird because the skip option gets a little bit weird.
Pride goeth before
Doesn't matter
the
who we
fall.
take here, because we're just going to skip it. And that was the play. Completely optimal, no inputs missed. Full combo. SS rank. Yeah, the date is kind of an annoying one, because you actually have to, if you want to get Plat Trophy and get all, like, Johnny's Treasure Trove stuff, you actually have to do that date with every single character, and you have to get at least an S rank in the play. Fortunately, the play has a secret SS rank, so achieving S rank in the play is fairly simple. The only problem is it's a big time investment, because you have to do it, like, 6 times, which is super annoying. And now we got another cutscene, and we have a lot of enemies we have to deal with here. A lot of waves of enemies. And then we're going to start running into boss gauntlets here. So we have 3 waves of enemies, Abzu 3, then we have a small break in between, and then we have Rude and Elena into Rufus. The big problem is that if we lose too much HP going into Abzu, Abzu can literally be impossible to do. So I have to be very careful about how I take these fights, and I need to make sure that I do them properly. I delayed that fire because I wasn't 100% certain who it was going to hit there. Magnify can be a bit unpredictable if you're not super used to it. Luckily, this fight's pretty straightforward. Doesn't really matter how fast we kill the Coromeo cars here, because they come at a certain pace regardless. This is the only one that matters. We want to kill this one ASAP.
So we know the stories, but do we know if they've got a plan? Next special match is taping at Wild.
You, Tifa! No. I need to retry this fight. That's so frustrating. Tifa, why would you do this? That's it. I don't trust you anymore, Tifa. You've done that so many runs in a row that I'm sick of it. Oh, Tifa. That's so frustrating. Because I chose Aerith? Fuck you. Okay, good. We got through it. Tifa cure. Want to make sure everybody's healed up here, because this fight can get a little bit silly.
Fantastic. Then without
It's on you.
So it's my turn? Why don't you leave the way? Enjoy the ride.
Whatever.
Oh, there. Step off. Nothing.
That's the point of the practice, to make sure I don't do this in a regular run. Ah, bummer. Ugh.
Scary. Oh, please. Don't act like you're not.
Okay, we're fine.
Let's be smart.
Grind mode, braver.
Calling fire.
Good enough. Unfortunately, Tifa can be quite a frustrating part of these fights. A lot of the enemies, we need her somersault to clear. And if she gets out of position and somersaults too early, she can completely whiff. So a lot of these phases, unfortunately, we have to be very careful about when we input her moves. And sometimes Tifa just somersaults in a position where she's gonna miss, and it's super frustrating. Honestly, a lot of the times, though, can be mitigated by, you know, like, actually knowing what you're doing instead of just hitting buttons. And there are some instances where it could be avoided. Like, what I did the second time there is I just said, nope, you're coming with me, put her in the right position, and somersault. The problem is that Tonberry fight is super scary, because if you don't somersault the Tonberry, he starts doing that whole arena-wide move, and it chips through your HP really fast. And the problem is that with Abzu, you need to take a couple of hits in the second phase. So if you let the Tonberry chew through your HP, you're gonna die in the second part of Abzu, because you need to let him do all three of his rushdown moves, so that you get enough ATB from countering with Cloud that you can chew through the last bit of his HP. But as a consequence, everybody is gonna get hit 3 different times. Usually. So if you go into that with like half your HP, you get murdered. Absolutely murdered. As you could tell when I left, I had to like heal everybody for about half of their HP. These endgame fights are very, very, very tense, honestly. It can get very frustrating when the AI kind of does its own thing. Although, some of the time, like, I expect the AI to do some goofy stuff. I've had issue with Tifa doing that somersault, like, the last 2 or 3 runs. And I think it happened a bit in practice, too. So I think I'm just going to start grabbing her manually once I cast Fire Gun and get her over there myself. Because the thing is if you do the somersault at the right time, what happens is she'll Faith Magnify and then somersault immediately without any lag in between. And that's what causes that issue. Normally, that's what you'd want to see, but that's not normally how the AI functions in this game. So, like, your inputs have to be really goofy to cause that to happen, and it's obvious is not ideal. Right here, we have to, kind of... There we go. We want to warp over here, too. If we warp to the Tiny Bronco, we have to go into the Tiny Bronco. It starts the cutscene, then it warps us out of the Tiny Bronco, which takes a lot longer than just doing this. Dargon is the next thing. We're going to be heading into the final dungeon here, so difficulty is going to continue to rise. Like I said, Gina Talk was a very big spike, but things are not going to get much easier. Right here, I would use the lock-on thing to switch directly to that port. The problem is, because Gilgamesh Island's just to our right, there's a ton of actual, like, warp points over there. So if I try to warp, via, like, swapping or quick mashing to the warp point, I have to hit several toggles for Gilgamesh Island, because there's, like, 7 different, like, points of interest that you can toggle to. So the dungeon here is going to get way, way, way more complex. There's a lot of bulky enemies. We're going to have a hard time killing pretty much everything here. So we're going to have to layer our attacks very thoughtfully and in a very specific manner, so that we can kill everything consistently here. The big thing here is we've got a third-class or second-class soldier here, and these guys are really bulky. But if I kill these enemies quickly enough, I avoid spawning an additional wave, which is what I'm after. Is Somersault ATB boost, Firaga. Okay, good. That's what the Firaga's for, is to clear those guys up just in case. Whew. But yeah, there's additional enemies on those 2 side platforms. And if you take too long, they'll actually initiate and become part of combat. You can skip them in every category. Just the way that you have to do it is different depending on each and every category. New Game Plus, they can all skip those fights. Of course, it's easier in certain New Game categories and New Game Plus categories because the enemies are a lot weaker. But a lot of these areas are going to be like, wind, fire, done. Giga Potions, woo! Neat. At this point, we have MP Absorb on Wind and MP Absorb on Fire with Cloud, so we're more or less going to have to do some goofy stuff to run out of MP.
This temple's dark.
We will, however, have to cast Ice for the next boss, so we're going to need to be very
Sephiroth's here too?
No.
Specific with when we cast Ice and how we cast it to make sure that we get the max out of the ice spells, and we also make it through the fight without running out of MP. You've got to be very careful with the dragon, because dragon actually nullifies fire, if not absorbs it. So if you cast a fire spell, you're going super neg on your MP, so you have to be very careful with this fight.
Legend says no one who enters the temple ever comes out, according to the captain.
Why am I only hearing this now?
Asshole was probably lying through his teeth. Don't pay it no mind.
So we've got about an hour left, give or take. Not much to say. Just really is going to boil down to how well we execute. A lot of these fights are not really super easy, but they're also not very difficult either. This is going to be the last time we get to use Red's movement intentionally. Switch back to this party. So one of the nice things about Red having HP MP swap is he has 8,000 MP. So as long as he's in the party, I can infinitely heal. I won't have him for about half the dungeon because I'll be split into 2 parties. One with Cloud Tifa Barrett, and then the other one with Red Yuffie Aerith. But fortunately, more or less, it's going to be very hard to run out of HP. The only time I'm going to really risk running out of HP is when we get to the segment where you have to deal with Iron Giant. That guy can chew through your HP if the fight goes poorly, very quickly. And even if the fight goes well, it can chew through your HP pretty quick, too. So it's not exactly a very easy fight. We're going to lose a lot of HP going into the dragon fight as well. There's a group of, regular troopers that will just absolutely burst us down with gunfire. And we have no way to kill them immediately. So we're going to end up taking some damage anyway. Fine. That fight I take in a very specific way where I kind of use Cloud as a pincushion there. As long as one of the enemies approaches Cloud there, what happens is the Fire Go will hit the other 2 that are separated. And then it will hit the one that followed Cloud over, which is usually the second-class soldier. And then the fire gun will wipe out the remaining enemies. You can save a little bit of time here by jumping over these ledges here. But if you drop down by accident, you lose a full minute. So I think I'm going to pass on that, as neat as that sounds. And I'm sure it definitely hasn't been something I've done at least once or twice. That I've definitely lost time to. Okay. Alright. Hell or high water, we're finishing this run. As long as I don't, like, reset the entire Genova fight or something goofy like that. Which has happened before. Not in this. I've reset the Whisper fight, which is more or less the same difference. That one's always a very trying time when it happens. The only downside is, like, when you go to reset a fight, and you tell it to reset before the fight, the game never goes, "You sure about that? That seems like a really weird idea, considering you spent 15 minutes here." So we're gonna use Mind Blast here, like we did earlier with Red. That'll clear up most of these enemies. And then clean the rest of it up with an ATB boosted, for one more. Oops. That's very slow. There we go. Like I said, we take a lot of damage here. Red. Boom. ATB boost. Arcane Ward on the Cloud. Blizziga.
Let's do this. You're up.
Okay. Part of the way clean. Now for the hard/easy part.
Double it up.
This should make you stronger. Call me magic. Let me hear.
Strike. Into Blizziga. I'm gonna tell you, that dragon fight is not that simple. It's a very rough fight that requires a lot of attention. The first phase, we have to move in real quick with an attack. We follow up with a somersault to the head while we're doing that, because otherwise everything will take too long. From there, we get a berserk stab and a counter to build up some ATB while we're waiting for the somersault to actually land. I need to heal up Tifa here. And the important part is that I need to set this all up so that I have Sonic Boom and Berserk active. Cast Blizziga once we actually get into pressure. And then the reason that we need to do it like that is the Blizziga has to land while you're in pressure, because you need all of that additional stagger to make sure that you can stagger the second phase the way that we did. Otherwise, it's a non-starter and we have to reset. So Blizziga has to hit it during pressure. Luckily, our lack of MP here is not going to be that big of a deal. We can actually get all of it back by casting Fire-Gun there. If we get lucky, the drone will move close and you'll double hit it with Fire-Gun, it's GG. If you get unlucky, you have to True Strike it with Tifa and you just walk to the end of the room. I could have done, like, combat movement to save time, but I so rarely get a fight where Tifa has to finish it that I was just ready to walk. The thing is you kind of get locked down at a certain point anyway, where you really can't speed things up. But, yeah, a lot of these fights should go pretty quickly as long as I don't miss input too heavily. The next big fight is Iron Giant, Reno and Rude, Elena Sung, and then Demon Wall. I'd say Demon Wall is probably the hardest out of all of those, but they all have their own intricate little things. Iron Giant's a really weird fight where the gimmick is you have to stagger Iron Giant to progress the game. So we actually have to, like, mash on the gas pedal and let off over and over again with Iron Giant so that we can get the stagger going, get enough damage going so that we stagger and then one-shot from there, or at least get very close to one-shotting, but also not doing too much damage so that we kill before stagger happens, because it's very easy to do that. And the other thing, too, is you want Iron Giant to use Sharpen, which it has to do a certain amount of moves before that happens. So Sharpen comes out at a slightly different time, depending on how many moves you've canceled, how many moves you've let Iron Giant activate. At some point, you actually use Thundaga with Barret. And the problem with that is if you start Thundaga too soon and Sharpen comes out, you can accidentally cancel it with Thundaga, which is a very frustrating thing that I have had happen before. Multiple times, unfortunately. It's not the end of the world. The run can still go. You just have to restart the fight, unfortunately. Your PB is dead as heck because doing Iron Giant twice is hugely annoying and time-lossy, but luckily, these jet streams, the first two, don't have any damage on them, and that second one goes away relatively soon after we push the box into it, so we can just progress from that spot. Gotta get across the breaking floor here. The only annoying part is the floor has to break twice before we can go across. But it's whatever. Next segment, we have to do Aerith Red Yuffie. This area is a little bit more annoying than it needs to be. So, we'll get through here pretty quick. I gotta be careful, though. The frog in that fight can frog me, which is very frustrating. These guys right here are pretty straightforward. I'm just gonna ATB boost Fire Gu to limit the amount of damage they take. If you attack them, you can force them to all move forward, but I opt for the Fire Gu strat there. Consistent damage, and it makes things just a little bit less goofy. So we get the live stream implementation here. This is like Aerith's gimmick. She can absorb parts of the live stream to get bonuses, and that also will allow us to progress through the temple here. The level 1 bonus is really the only one we're super concerned with. She can actually get a permanent, or at least a very long-lasting faith if she has at least level 1 live stream. The thing is, we actually don't want that for New Game Plus Hard, because it'll actually increase her damage too much, to the point where Elena and Sung will be a damage range, where we need to make sure we don't do too much damage, so we actually don't opt for that at all.
I'm in a rush, so watch out for high wind. Sorry about that. Sorry, but I got it. That's that. That's over.
Bit annoying, but whatever. Should be both of them. Nice. So yeah, that fight you can do it a couple of different ways, but for the most part, the big thing is you just want to hope the frog does not frog you. Because getting froggy ain't fun. You'll notice we have quite a few buffs here. You can actually get Faith, Regen, and then you can also get Barrier and Barrier, which will half your damage from both physical and then magic subsequently. Regen's recharge is actually very minimal, so it's really not worth even discussing for the most part. The amount, I think it's like it's a very small percentage, and it doesn't activate very quickly, so for the most part, Regen straight up just doesn't get used. The only reason we end up using it is because Barret gets it naturally through his folio, so there's no reason to not have it. There's also not much reason to bother with it in the first place. It's something I've had to beat into my head is in terms of a runner, that it's like a very bad habit. Oh, it's kind of cute. Barret, or now that Red is at 1 HP, I can use Reaper's Touch, but he does also have Lightning Synergy, which is something I had on Ketchi earlier, but I actually moved over to Red. The reason is that the Synergy Lightning will help with staggering the Hektites in the next fight. They're very annoying to deal with, and are not the most... they're not easy. They're both annoying and very difficult to deal with. If I don't do the fights right, things can blow up in my face. I need to use Breach on every one of them, Fortunately, in New Game, we could just throw a hazardous material at them, which would cause them to get pressured immediately. But since we don't have access to items, we can't do that. So we have to use Breach with Yuffie, and then from there we have to burst them down with Aerith's spells. But that requires us to make it past Iron Giant Reno Route, which is a different problem altogether. Ideally, we can do these a little bit faster if you make tight circles around the center of the controller rather than circling the outside.
Let's go.
Right there, like, the big guy usually survives that, so the goal is to get Somersault going as soon as possible and then leave the room. We could use Fyra, but it doesn't consistently kill the frogs, so we go for Fyriga to make sure that that fight doesn't spiral out of control. Because if the frogs get a chance to frog you, you're in a really rough spot. The thing is with ATB Boost and Fyriga, they can get frog out quickly enough to frog you during Fyriga. I'm not sure if they can frog you before Fyriga, though. I guess it would depend on their position. But yeah, Iron Giant, the whole gimmick here is we need to stagger Iron Giant. And once it sharpens, it becomes pressured, which is the only way to get it pressured. From there, we're going to start spamming some Fyrigas, and we're actually going to use United Refocus so that Barrett can use 3 ATB Focus Shot, which is really good at staggering enemies, but usually way too convoluted to set up. But for Iron Giant, we have to kind of chill anyway and just spam stuff, so there's really no reason to not go for triple ATB there. Normally, using United Refocus is way too slow, because it has a very long animation, but since we're waiting for Iron Giant to just sharpen anyway, it's whatever. Iron Giant's a hurry up and wait type of fight. Alright, hopefully we don't reset here. That's all I gotta say. Iron Giant is a very annoying fight. I'm gonna also let go of this a little bit early, so that way if I do have to reset Iron Giant, it saves this position.
No more games. It's over.
Get ready. With me.
With ya.
Ready?
Coming. Nothing to worry about. Bingo.
Now.
Got you.
That's a bit annoying. Nope.
Come on.
Bingo.
It's on you.
Good luck.
Okay, we're gonna have to wait. Thundaga. United Refocus.
All set. Let's finish this.
Did it? That's super annoying, actually. Alright, we're just gonna have to, like, focus strike here, I guess. Fyriga.
Watch yourself.
This is gonna be really rough. Okay, we got really lucky there. That could have been super awful.
I've got this.
Alright. Ironclad can be a very scary proposition. He's really dangerous too, because there's actually a VR fight where Cloud has to solo him. Fortunately, like, soloing him is actually, in some aspects, easier, in my opinion. You don't have to worry so much about things spiraling out of control. Alright, so we want to top everybody off here. Really not worried if Barrett's topped off, but we want to make sure Cloud and Tifa are. We're going to be face tanking a lot of silliness, so we want to top everybody up and out. Alright, so it's going to be attack times 3, full ATB, roll back, Fyriga, that's correct. Power cleave, Faith magnify during that power cleave, boost, Fyra, which is circle. Target rude, bullet bounce a few times, star shower through the menu, Blizzara through the menu, Fyra magnifying, we should be good to go from there. If not, we're just going to have to slam the gas pedal and parade. Hello? Thank you. First fight here is going to be a little bit obnoxious. We got to deal with some frogs and planet protectors, which are pretty bulky. Or not planet protectors, the Gigorans or whatever.
Let's
get down here. That's super annoying. Snow Flurry, Frog A. That's wrong. We're gonna have to. What are you? Game, please. That's super annoying. Fire up.
Need my help, do you? Right.
You asked for it.
Good. Alright, that was super duper mega ultra annoying, but whatever.
Which ass thinks it makes?
Keep it up.
I got tiny burn.
Star Shower. Into Blizzara. Fire up. That's great. Into Reverse Gale. Fire up. Somersault. Okay. Whatever. Piece of shit. Pull anything in Master Duel? I pulled like 6 of the fucking 5-star Primite buttholes. I was super happy about that. Yeah, that was really cool, actually. First Strike to you, and then Swift Cast for MP up. Alright. I got 1 or 2 of the dragon, but I had to go way deeper in that pack than I wanted to. Pack stunk.
Enjoy the ride. Every little bit you'll be blown away. Not too shabby.
Uppy. I went for the Ghost Ogre pack and I got jack squat, so that was really funny. I was really mad about that. I hate that those stupid packs don't even give you like guaranteed URs on your regular master packs or anything. It's so freaking annoying. Also, we're gonna have a pretty loud snap here when I try to kill these bugs, so be mindful of that. I would probably mute the game until I tell you to turn it back on. We do seem to have all the buffs here, but we're going to be getting rid of most of them to progress. We're actually going to get rid of all of them by the end of this so that we don't have Faith going into Rude and Elena. That is a big issue where Faith damage is going to be a bit of a problem. And it's actually going to give us too much gasoline. Okay. Or it can just not pop, snap, crackle, and pop like it loves to. Whatever, dude. I didn't get any Lordly loads, though, so I'll have to craft 2 of the Dingus Dragon and then 3 Lordly loads if I want to do that. Considering doing it, though, because I kind of want to play Dark Magician with it. These guys are really annoying. We need to breach them, but I gotta wait until one of them teleports so I know which one to breach, which it's gotta be this guy. Thunder. And then I need ATB boost. Oh, that's great. Breach.
I'm gonna hang from. I'm feeling pretty weak. You jittery? You okay?
Oh, that's great.
Gotta dig deep for this one.
I don't know why everybody is almost dead. I'm very annoyed about that. Luckily, it's not that big of a deal, but it is very annoying. Red, Kuriga, Aerith here. We're going to leave Red at 1 here, because the 1 in 110 doesn't matter. He's going to die to anything anyway. That, and I like 7969. I think it's a funnier number than whatever I'd get after using another 19 MP, which I guess would be like 7950. Lame. Alright, this fight really is super duper mega ultra annoying. So I'm gonna lock in and be quiet here, because this fight's super obnoxious. That's great.
It's your turn. If you insure me,
Where, Aerith? What are you?
I'll show you what I can do. Ready? Gotcha. That'll do. Making the
Die, please. That's really funny. I love Hecatites. They're the coolest enemies in the game.
Done here. Now, let's get back to it, shall we?
Hecatites are way more obnoxious than they have any right to be honest. That's great. Please don't heal Yuffie. I wouldn't want her to have more than 0 MP or 0 HP. All right, we want to make sure to get rid of Faith here. Otherwise, we'd pick up a few more buffs. It doesn't matter what Red's at. He'll die in one hit either way. So if he's dead, it's fine. If he's not, it's fine. All right, I know how this works. You know how to do it. Into Thunder, you 8 speed, Arcane Ward, Poke, Era, Blast twice. Okay, we're probably gonna only hit Elena here, which is fine. Alright, he is dead now, so this is gonna just be a solo fight. Thundaga, boost, Era. Thundaga, boost, jump back, Era. Into Firaga, into Era. Oh, that's gonna be really annoying. Good enough. What? What was I walking into? Sure. Whatever. 69! We got the mean number, dude! Alright, so, no, I can't menu here. Can I menu once this lands? I think, yeah. Alright, we grab First Strike off of Yuffie. Then we grab First Strike off of you, put that there, and then Swift Cast for MP up. Alright, there we go. Do that menu ahead of time. Alright. So now we have story, more story, and even more story. A lot of these segments kind of flesh out everybody's background. Not super big segment, but unfortunately there's not a lot of time saves we can get here. We just got to kind of jet. There's one last very short break in here that I will be taking advantage of. When we watch Red get yanked. Should be taking this off right now. Time to read some donations. Yeah, something like that. Huh.
Subject located.
It's kind of weird.
Can't be real.
Anyway, the next big fight is the giant wall of heck. A lot of Demon Wall is super, super precise. We need to set up so that we exit phase 1 with pretty much in full Prime Berserk and Faith and Arcane Ward placed down so that we can spam Firaga to break the far wall, which spawns in with full HP, and not get completely mauled. Alright, be back.
Come along, number 13. Don't be shy.
Alright, we're almost to the table, so I have enough time to put my headphones back on. Alright, so, from here on out, we have a few fights left, and then it's mainly boss fights. And the difficulty is pretty much maxed back out again. The Demon Wall fight, if you're going more defensive, you can just counterfire Cave In. But if you're trying to get through the fight quickly, you really have to go all killer, no filler. The thing is, since we establish Prime Berserk, we get a 50% damage buff. but we also take 50% more damage, so if anything hits us and we don't perfect guard it, it's going to eat through most of our HP immediately. So with Demon Wall, we're more or less trying to kill before we're killed, because it's extremely easy to die in that fight. The big thing is we just want to set up some arcane wards so Fire Gut cleans up the walls as quickly as possible. More or less, Cloud is kind of needed to solo everything because it's the damage caps and stuff. If things get really goofy, I'll probably counterfire some cave-ins. Hopefully we don't see that at all. You know, it's the first time I've seen this outfit in this segment, honestly.
Claws work, boss. At least while we're in Shinra territory.
And if anybody hasn't played Intermission, this guy is Sonon. He was Yuffie's partner during that segment. Completely AI controlled. You could not control Sonon directly outside of telling him what to do with shortcuts and tactical inputs. Pretty interesting character overall. Supposed to be another ninja from Wutai.
Boss, I don't think we'll be back here.
Kind of tries to get her to chill out, but, you know, Yuffie is Yuffie. That's part of the reason why she has such a grudge, is Sonon dies at the end of her campaign. If you couldn't tell from the little ghost and the lack of Sonon in the story, I don't know what to tell you.
For us.
But, yeah. We're almost done with this segment. We have a few more character vignettes we have to go through. But yeah, we switched out our materia. We have one last materia swap after this one, but that is for the final boss fight. We need to set up Elemental so Cloud can actually do some reasonable damage, and toggle our Magnifies for buffing spells instead of offensive spells. Because the final boss, it really doesn't have, like, anything you can really take advantage of multiple targets with. There's a few fights before Demon Wall, and then there's one fight after. So we'll keep Magnify on Cloud for those fights. But other than that, the that stuff itself is pretty low damage.
Hey, Barrett, welcome home.
Thanks for looking out,
This is always very funny too, because the first time you go through this this area in Barrett's hometown, Rain, it's I'm escaping me for now, is everybody's very hostile to him and they kind of blame him for everything, but really at the end of the day it's Shinra that was the problem, not Barrett. Barrett was just trying to make everybody's life better by, you know, saying, you know, maybe this is the right way, and then Shinra, as it does, uses and throws away people. It very much shows why Barrett has such a bone to pick with Shinra from the very beginning of the game. Because in Remake, they really don't get super deep into it. They talk more about his, like, experience with Avalanche, but he wouldn't be at Avalanche if it wasn't for this kind of stuff that happened to him in the first place. So, this is why he gets to Avalanche, and then you cover, like, what happened in Avalanche with Remake. But here they cover why he went to Avalanche in the first place and went to Midgard despite hating the Mako reactors. Because it, you know, literally blew up in his face. Where Shinra set him up and just kind of burned the town to the ground. This area, this is a little bit slow paced, but a lot of these next couple of fights, we're going to do the normal setup. We're going to Faith Magnify, we're going to Arcane Ward Cloud, and we're going to spam Fire Gut ×2. And the enemies are a little bit bulky, so that Fire Gut ×2 isn't enough in every instance. So we do either follow up with Eragas or Eraraz on Aerith to do some extra damage, or we use Somersault to clean up the rest of the HP pool. The main thing here is we want to get through these fights as quickly as possible and avoid taking damage as much as possible. Hey Vegapunk, good to see you, good to see you. Because, like, we can heal with Red, he still has a ton of MP, and we can still Kuriga everybody. The problem is that, especially going into the final fight, there's a cutscene before the last boss in this area, the Demon Wall, and with that cutscene, we're supposed to slow walk all the way up to the boss, And because of that, it locks our tactical menu so that we can't heal in between. And it's the same thing with everything. There's a lot of cutscenes in between each fight. How's it going? Pretty decent. Pretty decent. Pretty solid run overall. I'm pretty happy with it, to be honest. Another probably 440 something. I'd love to see a 430 at some point, but hey, what are you gonna do? You gotta actually be good at the game. Good practice, though. I'd really like to have like a 430x before, or 4.3x rather.
Can you help me?
Before I go into marathon practice mode, but I think it's just gonna have to be the way it is. Beating good at the game is too hard, yeah. Pretty much.
Sorry, Mommy. I tried.
I am glad that I'm seeing the end game again, though. That's very nice. I'm just gonna complain on the internet to be, yep, pretty much. I actually got to go through with my commentators tomorrow afternoon, so I may do a run and then do that. I don't know. But it looks like I really can't afford to do resets if I do that, because I'm supposed to meet up with them at 2. We'll see how this run goes. If this hits the imaginary PB that target that I've set for myself, arbitrary target I've set for myself, I can start practicing donation incentives sooner. We'll see. But yeah, Evil Wall is a very scary fight. Not quite as hard as Gina Talk, but it's also as scary as Gina Talk in some aspects, because you can die real easy from the level of silliness we go to. So right now we should have first strike on Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith. We did double dip at certain points, because we have we only have the 2 first strike materia, but we do have an ability to Choco King, or an accessory Choco King cape, that lets you start with a full ATB. That works, it will always give you 1 full ATB. So even for characters with weird enough stats that first strike won't guarantee them a full ATB, Choco King cape always will. The downside is obviously you can't put Genji earrings on for a 15% damage boost. You can't put Fury Ring on for Berserk. You can't put Genji gloves on. So like Choco King cape is very situational. It's better if you're trying to layer and spam commands to trigger ATB assist versus like actively do damage. Which is, we use that in a few different places, like lost numbers to spam, so that we would keep enough ATB going so Aerith could chew through the rest of the HP while we set up buffs and debuffs across the board to get everything going. So this next fight's a little bit annoying. These last few fights are all kind of annoying, to be honest. So, yeah.
You're gonna feel this
We're gonna go Firaga, Eriga.
Why don't you lead the way?
Deal with that.
Let's watch yourself.
I got this.
Not necessarily the best way to do that, but it's whatever. A lot of these fights can be done a little bit faster, but I play them a little bit safer since they're so close to the end of the game. I really would like to avoid getting absolute mollywopped. These adamant toises are... what? Extremely bulky and very scary. So that one, luckily, we don't have to fight, but the next one we will. And the second to last fight before Demon Wall is actually kind of weird, where, if we kill the Adamant Toys, we're the Planet Protector if it somehow survives, MP Absorb actually won't activate, and because I want that 10% damage bonus from having max MP, so that I can actually kill Demon Wall consistently, I am actually going to go out of my way to kill or stagger with Cloud and then have Tifa kill with either Omni Strike, True Strike, you know, Somersault. So a lot of these fights I'm just going to be doing setups, and then Tifa's going to be the one finishing things off. Cloud's just going to pare it down to a single target. Like, these flying airmen are very bulky, so a lot of this is setup. See you later, buddy. Like, right here, I need to make sure this heal lands. Because you'll notice that I'm mashing... Well, it's kind of hard to tell, but... Oh my god. Dyslexia. I'm mashing the button to open the menu here, but I actually can't open it. It's super annoying. These cutscenes actively lock us out of the menu. So we can't heal while doing this massive slow walk. And because of these pseudo cutscenes over here, even if I do optimal movement, like hopping off these ledges here, I can actually get down here well before the cutscene ends, but I still have to wait for it to finish up, which is super. This fight, I can lose a lot of HP. Fortunately, we can just Kiriga with red. The downside is we have to Kiriga with red, which takes a while. So we'd rather not, but sometimes you can't avoid just getting mollywopped here.
Heed well our warning of that which is to come. The reunion.
The reunion? That's the subtitle of Crisis Core.
Don't overdo it. So it's my turn? Can you take over for me?
Fire.
Calling fire.
You're mine.
Get ready.
Shit. Deal with that.
I'll show you what I can do. Backing out. Enjoy the ride.
Okay, whatever.
Here he comes. One more shot. Let's get in there.
Watch this.
That's it.
Okay, we're good to go. Not the best, but it could have been a lot worse. Alright, Demon Wall. Treat me nice, because I'm a big doo-doo head. I want to jump over these to save a ton of time, because normally this cutscene takes forever if I don't. No, I'm stuck on the wall, dude. No, wait. I was on the brazier. I'm stupid. Alright, let's go.
We're gonna feel any kind of cramps in here. Not good. Try using it. You can do it. How shocking. Ready?
Okay, we're good. Limit into Firaga Firewall. HP boost, Firaga. Woo woo! I gotta be careful. Like, I need to pop off on Demon Wall when things go right, but I also can't swear. So, I gotta do something goofy like that. Like, look, man, you want this PG, right? Well, it's either this or I swear. I gotta pop off somehow. That fight's not easy.
Shut up and run!
Just learn how to do it in another language.
Me too.
Konnichiwa. Kawaii desu ne. Do it in Dutch or Danish? That's probably a good call, actually. We don't have any foreign language restreams for those. I could probably get away with it. Imagine us being, like, age restricted in those specific languages, and that's it. And then just, I imagine Plexo being like, why are we age restricted in Danish? Sid, what did you do? I know you spoke in a foreign language during that run. What did you do? Nothing. I was a good boy, I swear. Somebody taught me a funny word to say when I won, so I said it.
We're gonna make it.
It wasn't my fault, I swear. So we got one more big fight before we have the fight. We have a fight with some white whispers. Excuse me. I hate this! Dude, it's so easy to trip here. What is going on, brother? Dude, for some reason, Cloud just trips there sometimes and does that nonsense. I don't know what causes it. I don't know how to avoid it. It just happens. And I hate when it does. Such is the way of life. Yeah, he is tripping, quite literally. I don't know how else to describe that animation. So, we're going to head into the last chapter here. I'm going to do some kind of goofy setup to try and get through the fight as quickly as possible. We have to fight 4 white whispers, and they're extremely bulky. Ideally, they're clustered together enough that Magnify will hit a lot of them multiple times. But it's very hard to set that up consistently. So I'm actually going to go into Prime mode and get Prime Berserk as well as regular Berserk to get an extra 20%. I'm also going to Faith Magnify with Tifa. That way I can use Prime, Fyra Magnify, and Fyraga Magnify to trigger Skill Masters. So ideally I can get another Fyra Magnify in there, or at least be halfway to a Fyraga if I need it. So, like, that's the big thing, is, like, we want a bunch of extra damage. Normally we have a lot of, like, cutscenes in between here that we really can't do anything about. Okay, that's nice, actually.
That's that.
Oh, this area is so hard to move through quickly. The main problem is we don't have access to our tactical menu at all, so we just have to slap them with the sword until they die. The thing is like, your spin move is normally pretty good at pulling enemies together, but the Whispers don't do that. It's super weird with that fight. So you have to, like, go through an extra, like, bit of struggle there to clear all the enemies. Ideally, a 3-person party on the enemy side would be easy capeasy, gaboozy, but doozy. Alright, so these, Whispers here can be very frustrating. Ideally, we get Prime Berserk, we get Faith Magnify going, and we just spam Fyra Magnify, Fyraga Magnify for our life savings. Or rather, their life savings. There's a lot of dialogue here with the characters, so the main goal is going to be save, load, save, load, save, load to cancel the dialogue. It'll let me get access to jogs, and in some conditions, a full run during this segment, and save quite a bit of time, honestly. The big thing is knowing when the actual dialogues pop up, because there's some very good visual cues in this room, so you can be ready for the save load pretty easily. Luckily, save loads are very easy to do. You only have to hit triangle when you open the menu to open the save load menu, and then from there you just do the same inputs every single time. The only thing is you have to have a save that you kind of dedicate to burning on save loading. So unfortunately, you only get 9 practice files, depending on how you do things. You can get up to 10, or down to 8, because what I have is I have a start file, a save load file, and then 8 practice files, which is a bit less than I'd like. I actually have a second clear file that's 100% for my early game practice. That one's a bit weird because my party level isn't maxed out and I'm not quite sure what I'm missing, but luckily party level max only gives you access to a bunch of skills that increase limit building, and it's just not important. You don't really use limits with anybody unless things go wrong, outside of, like, the one time with Red where you use Wrath of the Land or Howling Moon on Ginatak. Other than that, limits are... Well, that's not true, because we do use limits in this fight as well. But you get limits for free in this one, so building limit isn't important. It's something you get. Everybody but Cloud starts with a full limit in this final boss fight. This boss fight is made up of 3 distinct phases. Genova, Bizarro Sephiroth, if you're familiar with his original name, and then Sephiroth proper. The final fight with... Hey, Sonny. The final fight with Aerith is Sephiroth proper. The first phase is where everybody starts with a limit, which is Genova phase. That can go pretty quick depending on how things are. You gotta be careful though, because if you don't set it up right, you're in a really rough position. And then Sephiroth is a very brutal fight that requires a lot of setup. Each phase is extremely dependent on one another.
Heads up.
That's the wrong character. Into Prime Mode.
Here I come.
Nice. Clean as... How did Guy go? Guy was a single reset, but that's because I cured Barret instead of Guy to talk. I got the same exact phase twice, though, which was super nice. Also, I need to do a little bit of menuing here. Elemental for Magnify. No. The other way around. It's Elemental for Magnify, Magnify for this. Okay. Disorder. Nope. Disborder. Boop, boop. This is... Nope. Brave Mag. Wrong. Unbridled. Brave Mag. And we should be good. Let me double check the menu. Yes, yes, and yes. Alright, good. Yeah, Guy to talk is a very big stumbling block. I got a good pattern. I'm just mad that I healed Barret, but luckily I noticed it immediately and just reset. The second fight was not super good either. My inputs on the stagger phase were really scuff. But I made it through, which is really the only important part. And luckily I had enough MP to cast fire with Barret, so it wasn't as bad as it could have been. The one nice thing about this is you do carry the damage over from the White Whisper fight into this fight. So you do want to heal with Barret depending on how things work out. But fortunately it went well, so I don't have to worry about my HP. Alright, so we're looking at least 10 minutes here, so... This could be a 4:30. I need to take a couple of breaths and not, like, overthink this, or I will throw this fight extremely quickly.
To keep the others safe. They mean so much.
Genova is a pretty straightforward fight. A lot of it is building up each phase so that the next phase goes quickly. We want to get Berserk on Cloud. We want to get Faith on Cloud as well. Those, between Berserk, Prime Berserk, and Faith, we'll be able to have enough damage to just plow through each phase almost immediately. A lot of it is setting up Skillmaster and ATB Stagger as well, so that we can just push, which is the entire goal here. Genova is not the tricky part, though. Sephiroth is. Luckily, my PB had a really bunk Sephiroth, so I've got time to save here as long as I don't choke too bad. That's wrong. Prime Mode. What do we got? Immediate castigate. Oh, that's super annoying.
With me. On it. Oh yeah. Now. At your service.
Alright, well, thanks for nothing. This Prime Berserk's a bit dubious, but I think we're fine. Bad Genova Phase 1, but that's because Genova decided to be a bitch. Which is not something I'm too unfamiliar with. Yep. Okay, we're still fine. Calm down. You be aight.
You good?
You can do this fight a couple of different ways, but somersault's your main kill here. This is very important because we actually want to set up Berserk on Cloud. Into Berserk. Buffer limits. Buffer limits. Good. Sonic Boom. Blade it up. Blade it out. Okay, good. Still need to get Berserk active here, so I'm going to set it up in this phase. Luckily, that also will get me in a skill master loop as well. Oh, that's really annoying. That is wrong. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Fire gun immediately here. Okay, that's really annoying. Pain in my ass.
What the hell happened to you? You were a soldier. How could you turn your back on everything we stand for? Right. As long as you get what you want, who cares?
Whatever.
Is that it?
Just as worlds unite, so too do they part.
Not optimal, but it could have been a lot worse. I can fix it in the next phase anyway.
Alone at last, shall we?
No escape. Gotcha.
Alright, now hopefully I time this Gorgon shield properly. Gonna have to use Sonic Boom instead of Fire, though, I think, which is gonna be super annoying, but it's whatever. Luckily, I have plenty of HP to deal with as long as I do the Gorgon shield properly here. That should be fine. Okay, Fire up, Sonic Boom. HP boost, Fire gun. So this phase right here, we want to prevent the Bahamut from being summoned with more HP than we need to. So first phase, we want to get Bahamut the heck out of here, but we also want to set up Bravery and Bravery on everybody for some extra damage. And we also need to build a little bit of ATB with Tifa so that we can do this real quick. So I'm going to be a little bit more offensive than I need to. Okay, I want to make sure that I have... Okay, I gotta actually wait on that. Oh, that's wrong. That might be incorrect. Okay, we're fine. Okay, we should be good. Just need to get over here. Pop the wing. Alright, we're good to go.
The wings are healing it.
The trick is we need to keep Arisen from getting too much HP back here. And we did perfect on that, actually. See you later, asshole. Come back next time, stronger, because you're pretty fucking weak, bitch. Oopsie, there's the swear jar. Imagine getting kicked off stage during the final boss fight because you popped off a bit too hard. Yeah. Unfortunately, the final phase is not free, so we definitely have to make this count. So we gotta build up quick charge here with Zack, so this phase is a bit specific. Into bravery, quick charge. Oh, that's wrong.
Bringing out the big rolling towel. All right, time to go all out.
High braver, please. Should be enough. Okay, good. Scuff phase, but we're good to go. Tifa's gonna solo this barrier with one hard strike. Okay, we're going to bravery. I could do that a bit faster, but Wakra here. The game audio does get distorted a bit in here, so I'm not sure.
Nothing's gonna stop us. Come on.
Alright, we're on to the final phase here, so live or die, win or lose, we are to the end.
There you are.
Normally, you get hit by Heartless Angel here, and you'd be at 1 HP. Fortunately, Aerith heals you when she shows up. In New Game, you get your MP back as well, but in New Game Plus, you only get HP here. There's a lot of phases where you get some HP back, but this is one of the few ones. I need to do a very specific combo line, so let's go. Luckily, I have limits, so I can save this if things get really stupid. HV Cloud, Sonic Boom. HV Boost. Fire Ga. Radiant Ward Cloud. Fire Ga. Let's go. Grip of Fate! Guess what? Your fate's to die, motherfucker! Oh, that's wrong. It can be so much better, but that is so much pressure off going into the marathon.
Can you not raise it just a wee bit higher?
Screw you, cat.
Hey everybody, AMBCD, thanks for dropping by. Hey Sonny, PX, thanks everybody for the GGs. Yeah, so we jumped straight from a 41 to a 38. I gotta say, I'm pretty stoked on that. Let's see what our actual... Just a casual 3 minutes on the final fight. Don't worry about it.
And with that, we are cleared for takeoff.
Just a straight 3-minute PB. There we go. Alright, so what this does is this puts me into a position where marathon practice takes priority over PB. So we're going to start implementing Blindfolded Roche 1 and 2. We're going to start adding in the VR combats after runs so that I can get used to doing them at max exhaustion once we finally route it out. I think the runs are going to either be... It's definitely going to be Zack and Cloud as our big incentive, because Rulers of the Outer World's very simple. Wody already showed it off. It's the same route. There's no reason to repeat it. I think Zack and Cloud will be a lot more interested. And then we're gonna also implement a VR fight, maybe 2. Because with the... If we keep getting like 440s, 445s, and we say we'll add 6 minutes from the date, 6 minutes from the initial gold saucer intro cutscene, that's 12. So we'd be at 452, something like that.
The reunion.
Going into my marathon. So if we say I'm gonna always land at 455, all right? So my estimate's a 505. I got 25 minutes for incentives, so that puts me in a position where I have 35 minutes for incentives. So 20 minutes should be more than enough for a Cloud Zack fight, even if I explain it beforehand or explain during or have to reset. And then I should have enough time for 2 VR fights. Yeah, Vincent's here. That's cool, right?
Now I got it.
Fine.
We're gonna start adding those after each run, so in the next couple of weeks, we're gonna be routing that on stream.
Illusion.
And then we're gonna start doing those after runs. So
let's go get Sephiroth.
Because I have complete faith that people like this game enough that we can hit our incentives. I really would like to show off a lot of the fights because I think casual players would really enjoy the stuff too.
Intuition.
Oh, yeah? Better hope you're right.
I'm gonna go unwind. Oh boy. Just that was
fine.